Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto was the reincarnation of the sage, 6 paths/OP. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Echo in the Soul. The air in the land of waves was thick and wet. It clung to your skin, made your clothes feel heavy, and tasted of salt and pine. For the past week, this had been Team 7's life: guard duty, mediocre food, and Kakashi's latest brilliant training idea, climbing trees. Without their hands. Naruto was currently halfway up a massive cedar, sweat dripping from his nose, his forehead plastered to the bark. Below him, Sakura was perched comfortably on a high branch, looking bored, while Sasuke was already at the very top, doing one-handed push-ups or something equally ridiculous just to rub it in. This is pointless. Naruto yelled, his voice muffled by the tree. We already got the hang of this 2 days ago, Kakashi-sensei. We should be back at Tazuna's place, guarding him. From his spot at the base of another tree, Kakashi didn't even look up from his little orange book. Patience, Naruto. Mastering a technique isn't about doing it once. It's about making it second nature. So you can do it while dodging kunai, or while someone is trying to set you on fire. Consider this the non-flammable portion of your training. Yeah, Naruto, stop whining, Sakura called down, though there was no real heat in her voice. You're just mad because Sasuke's better at it. I am not. Naruto shot back, pushing off the bark with a burst of chakra. He scrambled another few feet up before his control wavered. His foot slipped, and he started to slide back down, scraping his palms on the rough bark. He yelped, refocusing his chakra just in time to stop his descent. He hung there, panting. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, it was that he had to think about it. For Sasuke, it was like breathing. For Sakura, it was a precise calculation. For Naruto, it was like wrestling an invisible octopus with his feet. He closed his eyes for a second, trying to feel it out. The flow of energy. Not too much, not too little. Kakashi had explained it a dozen times. But explaining and doing were two different worlds. He took a deep breath and tried again, this time ignoring the burn in his calves and the smug look he could feel Sasuke radiating from the top of the forest canopy. He took one step, then another. The chakra held. He grinned. He was getting it. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed past his ear and embedded itself in the trunk right next to his face. Naruto froze, his heart hammering in his chest. See? Dodging kunai, Kakashi said nonchalantly from the ground, one eye visible over his book. It was crinkled in a lazy smile. You failed, by the way. You're theoretically dead. Naruto's jaw dropped. Hey! That's not fair. You could have taken my head off. A real enemy would have. Sasuke's voice drifted down, dripping with condescension. You'd be dead, dope. Naruto's focus shattered. His feet lost their grip and he went tumbling down, crashing through a few small branches before landing in a heap on the soft forest floor. He groaned, a twig sticking out of his hair. Okay, that's enough for today, Kakashi said, snapping his book shut with a puff of dust. Let's head back. Tazuna will be expecting us for dinner. Sakura gracefully hopped down, landing silently. Sasuke was a blur, appearing beside her in an instant. Naruto just groaned again and pushed himself up, brushing dirt and leaves off his orange jumpsuit. His palms were stinging, and his pride was doing much worse. It was always like this. He'd struggle, get a handle on it, and then Sasuke would do something to remind him how far behind he really was. It was infuriating. As they walked back towards Tazuna's house, the mood was quiet. Sakura tried to make small talk with Sasuke, who grunted noncommittal replies. Naruto trudged behind them, kicking at a loose stone. He felt a weird buzz under his skin, a restless energy that had been with him for days. He'd thought it was just the excitement of being on his first real A-rank mission, but it was something else. A hum, low and constant, like a song he couldn't quite hear. He shook his head, trying to clear it. Probably just hungry. Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, had prepared a simple but amazing meal of grilled fish and rice. Her son, Inari, sat at the table, glaring at everyone with the same resentful scowl he'd worn since they arrived. Tazuna was already 3 cups of sake in and telling a loud, rambling story about his first attempt at bridge building. And then I said, you want a bridge, you gotta use the right kind of wood. None of that cheap pine nonsense, he slurred, slamming his cup down. Naruto shoveled rice into his mouth, barely listening. He glanced at Inari. The kid was staring holes into his chopsticks. He remembered what Kakashi had told them about the boy's father, a local hero named Kaiza who had stood up to the shipping magnate Gato and had been executed for it. The whole town lived in fear, and this kid was drowning in it. Later that night, Naruto couldn't sleep. The low hum in his soul was back, louder this time. He got up and walked out onto the porch overlooking the ocean. The moon was a bright silver disk, its light shimmering on the dark water. He could hear the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore. It was peaceful, but it didn't calm the strange energy inside him. He felt incomplete. Like a piece of him was missing, or maybe, a piece was just starting to wake up. He heard a floorboard creak behind him. It was Sasuke, leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. He wasn't looking at Naruto, just staring out at the water. You're noisy even when you're trying to be quiet, Sasuke said. His voice was low. What do you want, team? Naruto shot back, not in the mood for a fight. Sasuke was silent for a long moment. That training today, he finally said. You're getting better. Naruto blinked. That was the closest thing to a compliment he'd ever gotten from Sasuke. He didn't know how to respond. Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna let you stay ahead of me forever. Sasuke pushed off the doorframe and walked to the edge of the porch, standing a few feet from Naruto. When we fought those 2 ninja, the demon brothers. You froze. Naruto flinched. He remembered it perfectly. The sheer killing intent had paralyzed him. Kakashi had saved them. It was a moment of pure shame. So what? And then, when you thought I was in trouble with Zabuza's water clone, you charged in like an idiot. I was trying to help. You were a liability, Sasuke said, his voice flat and cold. But you weren't scared. You were terrified a moment before, and then you were just, reckless. Why? Naruto looked down at his hands. He didn't have an answer. It was just instinct. He saw a comrade in danger, and his body moved. He saw his dream of becoming Hokage, a person who protects everyone, and he couldn't just stand there. I don't know. I just did. Sasuke turned his head, his dark eyes fixing on Naruto in the moonlight. Don't get in my way again, Dobe. I have a path I have to walk. I don't have time to be pulling you out of trouble. Before Naruto could come up with a suitably angry retort, Sasuke was gone, melting back into the shadows of the house. Naruto was left alone with the sound of the waves and the unsettling hum in his spirit. He didn't understand Sasuke. And he was starting to think he didn't understand himself either. A few days passed in a tense routine. Train in the morning, guard Tazuna at the bridge site in the afternoon, eat, and try to sleep. The bridge was coming along, a skeleton of wood and steel stretching out into the thick mist that perpetually shrouded the strait. The workers were nervous, constantly looking over their shoulders. Everyone was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Everyone knew Zabuza would be back. The day it happened, the mist was thicker than usual. It rolled in off the water, cold and damp, swallowing sound and sight. Visibility was down to maybe 20 feet. Kakashi had his guard up, his one visible eye scanning the area relentlessly. Naruto was trying to do the same, but it was like trying to stare through a wall of cotton. "Stay sharp," Kakashi said, his voice quiet but carrying a sharp edge. "He'll use this mist. It's his signature." Naruto gripped a kunai, his knuckles white. The hum inside him was back, a low thrum of anticipation. It wasn't fear. It was something else. Something ancient and ready. Suddenly, the air crackled. The mist swirled, and there he was. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, standing on the half-finished bridge, his massive executioner's blade resting on his shoulder. And beside him, the masked hunter Nin who had supposedly killed him. Well, Kakashi," Zabuza's voice was a low growl that cut through the fog. "Looks like my little friend here wasn't as thorough as he should have been. Sorry about that. He's still young." The masked ninja bowed his head slightly. "My apologies, Zabuza-sama." Kakashi's eye narrowed. "A hunter Nin apprentice. And your loyal little pet, I assume. I should have known." He pulled up his headband, revealing his Sharingan. "So, you faked your death to get away from me and get information on my techniques. Clever." "I'm a patient man," Zabuza said. "But my patience has run out. I have a job to do. And you and these brats are in my way." The fight exploded. Kakashi and Zabuza were a blur of motion and steel. The clang of metal on metal echoed eerily through the thick mist. Water dragons rose from the sea, clashing and dissipating into steam. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were left to deal with the masked ninja, Haku. "You should not be here," Haku said, his voice soft and strangely melodic. "Leave now, and I will not have to kill you." "Yeah, right." Naruto yelled, forming a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen Narutos popped into existence, all of them charging at Haku with battle cries. Haku moved with a liquid grace that was mesmerizing. He weaved between the clones, striking with Senbon needles at their weak points, dispelling them with puffs of smoke. He wasn't even trying. Sasuke moved in, his movements sharp and precise. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. He unleashed a massive sphere of flame that momentarily burned away the mist. Haku dodged it with impossible speed, appearing behind Sasuke. A flurry of Senbon flew, and Sasuke cried out as they embedded themselves in his arms and legs, hitting pressure points and numbing his limbs. He stumbled, falling to one knee. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura screamed. Naruto felt a surge of hot anger. He rushed in, swinging wildly. Haku sidestepped every clumsy punch and kick. "Your movements are artless," Haku said, his voice calm. "You telegraph every attack. There is no beauty in your desperation." "Shut up!" Naruto roared. Haku sighed. "Then I will have to end this." He flashed through a series of one-handed seals. Secret Jutsu, 1,000 years of death. Wait, that wasn't right. That was Kakashi's joke move. Secret Jutsu, demonic mirroring ice crystals. That was more like it. The water vapor in the air instantly froze. Huge, perfectly smooth mirrors of ice rose from the bridge, forming a dome around Naruto and the kneeling Sasuke. Haku's reflection was in every single one. "What is this?" Naruto asked, looking around wildly. The temperature inside the dome had plummeted. He could see his breath. "In these mirrors, I am reflected," Haku's voice came from all directions at once. "And I move at the speed of light. You cannot follow my movements. You cannot escape." Haku's reflection in one mirror raised a hand, Senbon needles held between his fingers. An instant later, the real Haku appeared from another mirror, unleashing the needles. Naruto yelped, a sharp pain lancing through his shoulder. He looked down to see 3 needles sticking out of his jumpsuit. "Naruto, you idiot, stay focused." Sasuke gritted out, pulling himself to his feet. His eyes were different. Two red tomo swirled in each iris. The Sharingan. I can see his movements now. Haku's voice held a note of surprise. Ah, the Sharingan. The great eyes of the Uchiha clan. This will be more interesting. The assault began in earnest. Haku flickered between the mirrors, a phantom of speed and ice. Sasuke, with his newly awakened eyes, could just barely track him. He was dodging, deflecting, moving better than Naruto had ever seen him move. But he was on the defensive. He was taking hits, small cuts and needle pricks, but they were adding up. He was slowing down. Naruto tried to help, but he was useless. He couldn't see Haku at all. He'd just see a flash, and then Sasuke would grunt in pain. He tried throwing kunai at the mirrors, but they just bounced off the super-hardened ice. He tried punching them, and nearly broke his hand. It's no use, Haku's voice echoed. You cannot break my mirrors. Sasuke was panting, his body a mess of small wounds. Dobe, run, get out of here, no way. Naruto yelled. I'm not leaving you. Don't be a fool. You're just getting in the way. Sasuke dodged another volley of needles, but one caught him in the leg, and he cried out, his knee buckling. That's it. Haku's voice was devoid of emotion. It is time to finish this. Haku appeared from every mirror at once, a storm of senbon needles aimed at the now crippled Sasuke. Time seemed to slow down. Naruto saw the needles leaving Haku's hands. He saw the look of resignation on Sasuke's face. He saw his dream, his promise to Sakura to bring Sasuke back, his entire future as a ninja, turning to dust. And then his body moved. He didn't think. He didn't plan. He just threw himself in front of Sasuke. It was pure, unadulterated instinct. A shield of orange and blonde. The pain was incredible. It wasn't just a sting. It was 100, 1,000 tiny lances of ice and fire piercing his skin, his muscles, his organs. He felt his lungs seize. His vision swam. He could feel the hot, sticky wetness of his own blood soaking through his jacket. He gasped, a wet, rattling sound, and a trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. And Naruto. Sasuke's voice was a whisper of disbelief. Naruto tried to turn his head, to say something witty, something to prove he was okay. But no words came out. His legs gave way. He pitched forward, collapsing onto the cold, hard surface of the bridge. The world was going gray around the edges. He could hear Sakura screaming his name from somewhere far away. He could feel Sasuke's hands on him, trying to turn him over. Why? Sasuke's voice was choked. Why would you idiot? Naruto's eyes were starting to glaze over. He was dying. He knew it. This was it. The end of the road for Naruto Uzumaki. It was a stupid way to go. He never even got to be Hokage. He never even got a second bowl of ramen from Ichiraku's. The hum in his soul, the one that had been a quiet companion for weeks, suddenly roared to life. It wasn't a hum anymore. It was a symphony, a tidal wave of power and memory that wasn't his own. The pain vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. The grayness receded, and his mind, his very consciousness, was pulled into a vast, empty space. He was floating in a void of pure white. It was silent and warm. He felt no body, no pain, no fear. He just was. Then, a figure formed in the distance. A man. He was tall and regal, with long, brown hair and two small horns on his forehead. He wore flowing white robes, and around his neck was a necklace of 6 red magatama. But it was his eyes that held Naruto's attention. They were a pale lavender, with concentric circles spreading out from the pupils. The Rinnegan. The man looked at him, and though he did not speak, Naruto understood. It wasn't a voice, but a feeling, a concept, poured directly into his soul. A feeling of profound love, of deep sorrow, and of an ancient, cosmic duty. He saw flashes of things he couldn't comprehend. A colossal, ten-tailed monster. A battle against a woman with bone-white hair and a third eye. Two sons, one with dark hair and powerful eyes, the other with a gentle smile and a strong body. He felt the weight of centuries, the burden of a long, long war. You are not him, the feeling conveyed. But you are of him. The cycle must not repeat. The hatred must end. My child, my foolish, beloved child, it is time to wake up. The vision shattered. The white void collapsed. Naruto was back in his body, on the bridge, the senbon needles still buried in his flesh. But something was fundamentally different. The world felt louder. Brighter. He could feel the frantic, terrified thumping of Sasuke's heart. He could feel the desperate, heartbroken sob of Sakura's soul. He could feel Kakashi's grim, focused determination, and Zabuza's cold, professional bloodlust. And Haku. He could feel Haku. It was a vortex of conflicting emotions. A fierce, unwavering loyalty to Zabuza, so strong it was almost painful. But underneath it, a deep well of sadness. A sorrow for a life that could have been, a gentleness that had been twisted and forged into a weapon. Haku didn't want to kill. He was doing it because he believed it was the only way to protect the one person who had ever given his life meaning. Naruto's eyes snapped open. They weren't blue anymore. They were a brilliant, burning gold, and the pupils were slitted, like a fox's. But it wasn't Kurama's rage that filled him. It was a serene, absolute clarity. The senbon needles, driven by a force he didn't understand, were pushed out of his body, clattering harmlessly to the ground. The wound sealed. Over in an instant, leaving not even a scar. He sat up. Sasuke scrambled back, his Sharingan wide with shock and a little bit of fear. Naruto, your chakra, it was pouring off him in waves. A golden, vibrant energy that felt warm and life-giving, completely opposite to the sinister red chakra of the Ninetales. Haku, inside his mirrors, was frozen in shock. He healed. Impossible. My needle struck vital organs. Naruto slowly got to his feet. He looked at Haku's mirrors, but he wasn't looking at the reflections. He was looking through them, at the boy within. He saw him not as an enemy, but as a person. A broken, sad person. The same way he had been before Iruka-sensei had acknowledged him. Alone. You don't want to do this, Naruto said. His voice was different. It was calm, measured, and held an authority that was utterly alien. It wasn't the voice of a brash, loud-mouthed kid. It was the voice of something much, much older. What are you talking about? Haku's voice trembled slightly. I am Zabuza-sama's tool. My purpose is to kill his enemies. No, Naruto said, taking a step forward. That's just a role you're playing. It's not who you are. He could feel it now. The connection. The all-loving thing, the man in his vision had called it. The ability to understand the heart of another. He could feel Haku's pain as if it were his own. Stop this, Naruto said. You're hurting. Haku let out a choked sound, a mix of a sob and a gasp. You know nothing about me. The assault resumed, but it was different. It was frantic, desperate. Haku was trying to overwhelm him, to make him stop talking, to make him stop seeing. Needles flew from the mirrors, a deadly storm of steel. Naruto didn't dodge. He didn't even try. He just stood there. And as the needles approached, he raised a hand. He didn't channel chakra in any way he understood. He just pushed. Not with his muscles, but with his will. A silent, invisible wave of force radiated from his palm. It wasn't an explosion. It was a subtle, but absolute, rejection of reality. The air in front of him warped, shimmering like a heat haze. The needles stopped dead in their tracks, a few feet from his face, and then were flung backwards with incredible force. They didn't just bounce off. They slammed back into the ice mirrors they had come from. The mirrors, which had been impervious to kunai and punches, cracked. Spiderweb fractures spread across their perfect surfaces. Haku cried out in surprise and pain as shards of ice rained down inside his dome. Sasuke stared, his mouth agape. What was that? It wasn't a wind jutsu. It wasn't any ninjutsu he had ever seen or heard of. It was just a push. How? Haku's voice was a whisper from behind a cracked mirror. I don't want to fight you, Naruto said, his golden eyes filled with a sad, ancient wisdom. Your fight isn't with me. It's with yourself. He took another step. The golden aura around him flared. He raised his hand again, and this time, the push was stronger. The ground beneath the mirrors buckled. The ice dome didn't just crack, it exploded. It shattered into a million glittering pieces, a cascade of frozen shrapnel that flew outwards, away from Naruto. The sudden release of pressure sent Haku tumbling out, his mask cracked and falling away to reveal a young, androgynous face with tears streaming from his brown eyes. He landed hard on the bridge, dazed and disoriented. His weapon was gone. His ultimate jutsu was broken. And the blonde-haired boy was standing over him, not with a fist raised to strike, but with a hand offered to help him up. The battlefield fell silent. The clang of Kakashi and Zabuza's fight had stopped. They were both staring, their battle forgotten for a moment, at the impossible scene in the middle of the bridge. The shattered ice dome. The defeated Haku. And Naruto Uzumaki, standing in a radiant golden glow, looking for all the world like a deity who had descended to pass judgment. Zabuza's eyes were wide behind his bandages. What in the hell is that kid? Kakashi was just as stunned. He knew the seal on Naruto's stomach. He knew the malevolent red chakra of the Nine Tails. This was not that. This was something else entirely. Something pure, powerful, and utterly terrifying in its implications. Naruto ignored them. His attention was solely on Haku. It's over, he said softly. Haku looked up at him, his face a mask of confusion and despair. He saw the genuine pity in Naruto's eyes. He saw an understanding that no one, not even Zabuza, had ever shown him. And it broke him. Please, just kill me, Haku whispered, his voice cracking. I am a broken tool. I have no purpose anymore. Naruto's expression softened. Being a tool isn't a purpose. Being alive is. Before he could say more, a new presence announced itself. Gato, the tiny, arrogant shipping magnate, had arrived at the end of the bridge, flanked by 100 hired thugs and ronin, all of them armed and looking for blood. Well, Zabuza, Gato sneered, clapping his hands together. Looks like you're more trouble than you're worth. The demon of the mist, defeated by a bunch of kids. Pathetic. I'm terminating our contract. And to save myself some money, I think I'll just kill you all right here. The thugs laughed, brandishing their weapons. Zabuza's body tensed. He was injured from his fight with Kakashi, his chakra was low, and now he was facing an army. He was trapped. Zabuza-sama, Haku whispered, looking at his master. Zabuza didn't look at him. He looked at Gato, his eyes burning with a cold fire. So, the little worm shows his fangs. That's right. Gato cackled. And after we kill you, we'll take a little visit to that bridge builder's house. I hear his daughter is quite a looker. That was it. That was the line. Something inside Naruto snapped. Not with rage, but with a cold, decisive finality. The golden aura around him solidified, becoming almost tangible. He turned his head. Slowly, his glowing eyes pinning Gato to the spot. The air grew heavy, pressing down on everyone. It became hard to breathe. The temperature of the air itself seemed to rise. Naruto didn't shout. He didn't make a grand declaration. He just spoke, and his voice carried across the bridge, cutting through the jeers of the thugs and silencing them instantly. "You will not touch them," he said. It wasn't a threat. It was a statement of fact. A law of nature that had just been written into existence. Gato, for the first time, looked afraid. He took a half-step back. "Who the hell do you think you are, brat?" Naruto didn't answer. He just started walking towards them. He walked past Zabuza, who watched him with a mixture of awe and fear. He walked past Haku, who was still on his knees. He walked past Sasuke, who was struggling to stand, his mind reeling from what he had witnessed. The army of thugs shifted nervously. A few of them raised their swords. "Get him!" Gato shrieked, his confidence returning now that his hired muscle was between him and the glowing boy. The first 10 thugs charged, screaming battle cries. Naruto didn't even break his stride. He raised his hand again, palm open. The same invisible force from before, but this time it wasn't a gentle push. It was a battering ram. The front line of thugs was picked up off their feet and thrown back into the men behind them, a chaotic tangle of limbs and steel. They crashed to the deck of the bridge in a heap, groaning and clutching broken bones. The rest of the army hesitated, their eyes wide with disbelief. Naruto kept walking. Another group, bolder than the first, tried to flank him. They came at him from the sides with katanas and spears. Naruto's eyes flickered to them for a fraction of a second. The golden chakra around him lashed out, forming 2 massive, ethereal arms that swatted the attackers away like they were flies. They were sent cartwheeling over the side of the bridge, their screams fading as they plunged into the misty water below. Now, there was real fear. The thugs started backing away. This wasn't a ninja. This was a monster. A demon. Gato's face was pale. "What are you waiting for, you useless idiots? Kill him. I'm paying you." No one moved. Naruto stopped about 30 feet from Gato. He just stood there, his golden energy illuminating the mist around him, his expression unreadable. The silence stretched on, thick and heavy. Zabuza watched, his breath caught in his throat. He had lived his life by the sword. He had killed hundreds. He had bathed in the blood of his enemies and his comrades. He understood power. And he understood that what he was witnessing was something on a completely different level from anything he had ever encountered. It was not the power of a shinobi. It was the power of a god. Suddenly, Zabuza let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. He turned to Kakashi. "Forget our fight, Kapinin. It seems we're just the opening act." He pulled a kunai from his pouch. "Hey, kid," he called out to Naruto. "Lend me a kunai, will you?" Naruto didn't look at him, but he understood. Zabuza wanted to die a shinobi's death, taking his traitorous employer with him. "No," Naruto said, his voice echoing slightly. He turned his gaze back to Gato, who squeaked in terror. "His life is not yours to take." Naruto took another step forward. The remaining thugs broke and ran, scrambling over each other to get away from the bridge, away from the terrifying golden boy. Gato was left alone, trembling. Naruto raised his hand one last time. He didn't push. He didn't strike. He just made a grasping motion in the air. A sphere of black energy, no bigger than a marble, appeared in his palm. It seemed to drink the light around it. Kakashi's Sharingan spun as it tried to analyze the jutsu, but it saw nothing. No chakra, no nature transformation. Just, nothingness. Naruto flicked his thumb, and the black sphere shot forward. It didn't move with explosive speed, but with an unnerving, deliberate pace. Gato tried to run, but his legs wouldn't obey him. He stumbled and fell, crawling backwards on the bridge. The sphere touched his chest. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, Gato's body began to unravel. He didn't scream. He didn't even make a sound. His physical form just dissolved into particles of dust and light, which were then drawn into the black sphere. In less than 3 seconds, there was nothing left of Gato but a memory. The black sphere then imploded, vanishing without a sound. Absolute silence descended on the bridge. The mist began to thin, as if the sun itself was finally daring to peek through. The golden aura around Naruto faded. His eyes returned to their normal, cerulean blue. The immense pressure in the air vanished. He swayed on his feet, his body suddenly remembering the exhaustion, the chakra depletion, the phantom pains of the wounds he had sustained. He looked around, dazed, as if waking from a dream. He saw the shocked faces of his team, of Zabuza and Haku. He saw the spot where Gato had been, now empty. What happened?" he mumbled, his voice back to its normal, boyish tone. He took one more step, and then his legs gave out. He collapsed, the world going black for the second time that day. But before he hit the ground, Kakashi was there, catching him in his arms. The Kopinin looked down at the unconscious boy, his mind a whirlwind of questions, none of which had answers. He had just witnessed his most unpredictable student channel a power that defied all logic, a power that had erased a man from existence without a trace. The mission was over. The bridge builder was safe. But a new, much larger, and far more terrifying mystery had just begun. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Whispers of the Past. Naruto woke up with a groan that felt like it was dredged up from the bottom of his soul. His head was pounding, a dull, rhythmic throb behind his eyes. Every muscle in his body ached with a deep, phantom soreness, as if he'd just run clear across the land of fire and back. He tried to sit up, but a gentle hand pushed him back down onto the softest futon he'd ever felt. "Easy there. Don't try to move too fast." He blinked, his vision swimming into focus. Kakashi was sitting on a stool beside the futon, his one visible eye looking impossibly tired. He wasn't reading his book. That alone was enough to set off alarm bells in Naruto's foggy brain. They were in a simple room with wooden walls. Sunlight streamed through a paper screen window, carrying the scent of salt and cedar. Tizuna's house. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice was a dry rasp. What happened?" "The bridge. Gato, the mission is over, Naruto," Kakashi said, his voice quiet. "Tizuna is safe. Gato is gone. And Zabuza and Haku have left." The memories came flooding back, not in a smooth line, but in chaotic, violent flashes. Haku's mirrors. Sasuke falling. The searing pain of 1,000 needles. And then, gold. A torrent of golden light, a feeling of immense peace, a voice that wasn't a voice, and a power that felt both alien and as natural as breathing. He remembered standing up. He remembered shattering the ice mirrors with a thought. He remembered making Gato disappear. The memory was hazy at the end, like watching a movie through a distorted lens, but the core of it was there. He had done that. Naruto's eyes went wide. He pushed himself up, ignoring Kakashi's warning this time. He looked down at his hands, turning them over and over. They were just his hands. A little calloused, nails a bit dirty, but completely normal. He frantically checked his chest, pulling at the collar of the simple cotton yukata he was wearing. There were no holes. No scars. Nothing. It was like the needles had never happened. "How?" he whispered, his heart starting to hammer against his ribs. "That's the question of the day, isn't it?" Kakashi said, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees. His expression was dead serious. "Naruto. I need you to tell me exactly what you remember. Everything. What was that power? Was it the Nine Tails?" Naruto shook his head, the movement making the room spin for a second. No. No, it wasn't him. I know what that feels like. That's red. It's angry. It burns. He struggled to find the words. It was warm. It felt old. And sad. He looked up at his teacher, his blue eyes pleading for an answer he didn't have. There was a man. In my head. Just for a second. He had these weird purple eyes, like ripples in a pond. He called me his child. Kakashi's visible eye widened almost imperceptibly. Ripple eyes. The Rinnegan. He'd only ever read about it in the most classified of texts. The dojutsu of the Sage of Six Paths, the mythical founder of ninjutsu. It was supposed to be a legend, a fairy tale. To hear that his knucklehead student had a vision of the man himself, it was beyond belief. A man with ripple eyes, Kakashi repeated slowly, committing the detail to memory. Did he say anything else? I don't think so, Naruto said, rubbing his temples. It was more like a feeling. A memory that wasn't mine. I saw a giant monster, bigger than the village. And a woman with a third eye. It didn't make any sense. He looked at his hands again. And then I woke up, and Haku was there, and I could just feel how sad he was. I didn't want to hurt him. His voice dropped. But Gato. I wanted to hurt him. And then he was just gone. A shiver ran down his spine. Did I kill him, sensei? Kakashi was silent for a long moment. How was he supposed to answer that? Yes, you erased him from existence with a power not seen since the dawn of the world. He settled for a partial truth. Gato is gone. He won't be threatening anyone ever again. You protected everyone, Naruto. You and your team. The door slid open. Sasuke stood there, his arm in a sling. Bandages wrapped around his other arm and one of his legs. His face was a mask of stone, but his eyes, his dark Uchiha eyes, were burning with a fierce, conflicted intensity as they locked onto Naruto. He didn't say a word. He just stared. It wasn't the usual look of superiority or annoyance. This was different. He was looking at Naruto like he was a puzzle he couldn't solve, a rival who had suddenly changed the rules of the entire game without warning. Sakura peeked out from behind him, her eyes red and puffy. The moment she saw Naruto was awake and sitting up, she burst into tears. Naruto, you idiot, she sobbed, rushing past Sasuke and throwing her arms around him. We thought you were dead. You were covered in needles, and there was so much blood, and then you just stood up and you were glowing, and I was so scared. Naruto was so surprised he just sat there stiffly while Sakura cried into his shoulder. He awkwardly patted her back. It's okay, Sakura-chan. I'm okay. See? She pulled back, wiping her eyes, and then promptly punched him in the arm, hard. Don't you ever do that again. Don't you ever throw your life away like that, you hear me? Ow. Okay, I got it. Naruto yelped, rubbing his arm. Sasuke just grunted, his gaze never leaving Naruto. Hn. You were still a liability, dope. You just got lucky. The words were his standard insult, but they lacked their usual conviction. It was like he was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. He turned and walked away without another word. Kakashi sighed. He's just processing. We all are. He stood up. Get some more rest. We leave for Konoha in the morning. Zabuza and Haku came to see you, by the way. While you were out. Naruto's head snapped up. They did? What did they say? Zabuza said, thanks, Kakashi said, a hint of disbelief in his own voice. He said you taught him what it really means to be a shinobi. He and Haku are going to find their own path now. A different one. You changed them, Naruto. Naruto looked down at his lap. He'd changed them. He couldn't even figure out how he'd changed himself. He felt a profound sense of dislocation, like he was a stranger in his own skin. The loud, obnoxious kid who wanted to be Hokage was still there, but now there was someone else sharing the space. An echo of that serene, ancient man with the ripple eyes. And it scared him more than any enemy ninja ever could. The journey back to Konoha was strange and quiet. Usually, Naruto would be bouncing off the trees, challenging Sasuke to races, and generally driving everyone insane. But now, he walked silently, lost in his own head. He could still feel the faint remnants of that golden power inside him, a low, warm hum beneath the surface. It wasn't the boisterous, chaotic energy of his own chakra, or the hateful, boiling power of Kurama. It was calm. Centered. It made the world seem sharper. He noticed things he never had before. He could hear the frantic heartbeat of a squirrel in a tree 50 yards away. He could feel the subtle shifts in Sasuke's mood without even looking at him, a spike of frustration, a flicker of envy, a deep current of grim determination. When Sakura walked beside him, he could feel her worry and her confusion like a tangible warmth. It was overwhelming, a constant flood of sensory information that he didn't know how to filter. And then there were the dreams. The first night on the road back, they camped out in a small clearing. As soon as he fell asleep, he wasn't in the forest anymore. He was standing on a blasted, gray landscape under a blood-red sky. Before him was a creature of impossible scale. It had 10 massive, thrashing tails, a single, vast eye on its head that was a swirl of red with 9 tomo, and a mouth that gaped open like a canyon, roaring a sound that was pure, world-ending rage. He felt a terror so profound it was paralyzing, a deep, instinctual knowledge that this thing was the antithesis of all life. It was destruction incarnate. He woke with a gasp, his heart pounding, the sound of the monster's roar still echoing in his ears. He sat up, breathing heavily. The moon was high in the sky. Sasuke was on watch, sitting by the fire, sharpening a kunai. He glanced over at Naruto, his expression unreadable in the flickering firelight, then looked away. Naruto didn't go back to sleep. The next night, the dream was different. He was in a lush green field. 2 young men stood before him. One had dark, intense eyes and a powerful, coiled energy about him. The other had a warm, open smile and a gentle but unshakable aura. They weren't speaking, but he could feel their connection. A bond of brotherhood, deep and true. But there was a shadow there, a thread of tragedy, a sense of a coming schism that would tear the world apart. He felt a pang of sorrow so deep it was like a physical ache in his chest, a father's love for 2 sons who were destined for conflict. He recognized the feeling. It was the same feeling he'd gotten from the man with the Rinnegan. He woke up with silent tears on his cheeks. He didn't understand why. He didn't know these people. Why did it feel like he was losing his own family? The final night, the dream was the most terrifying of all. He was in a void of black, and floating before him was a woman. She was beautiful, with impossibly long, bone-white hair and a pale, aristocratic face. She wore an elaborate white robe. But her eyes were blank, pearl-white, and on her forehead was a third eye, red and slit-pupilled, just like the eye of the 10-tailed monster. She looked at him, through him, and he felt a cold, possessive hunger that had nothing to do with food. It was a hunger for power, for life, for everything. She was the mother, the origin, the end. Kaguya. The name just appeared in his mind, a whisper of ancient dread. He shot awake, drenched in a cold sweat. He didn't sleep again for the rest of the trip. When the gates of Konoha finally came into view, Naruto had never been so relieved to see them. He just wanted to go to Ichiraku Ramen, eat 5 bowls of miso pork, and forget everything that had happened. He wanted to be normal again. But he had a sinking feeling that normal was a luxury he didn't have anymore. Kakashi dismissed them at the gate. Go home, get cleaned up. I have to file the mission report with the Hokage. He'll want to see all of you for a debriefing tomorrow morning. Don't be late. He gave Naruto a long, meaningful look before he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto went back to his tiny, messy apartment. It felt strange. The same instant ramen cups were piled up, the same dusty frog-shaped wallet sat on his nightstand, but he felt like he didn't belong here anymore. He showered, scrubbing at his skin as if he could wash away the phantom feeling of the golden chakra, but the low hum remained. He couldn't escape it. It was part of him now. The next morning, Team 7 stood in the Hokage's office. The third, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, his face grave. Standing in the shadows behind him were his old teammates, Hamura and Koharu, the village elders. And off to the side, half hidden by a curtain, was the unmistakable silhouette of Danzo Shimura. The air was thick with tension. Kakashi has given me his report on the mission to the Land of Waves, Hiruzen began, his voice calm but carrying an immense weight. He described a remarkable turn of events on the bridge. Naruto. All eyes in the room turned to him. Naruto felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. Kakashi reported that you sustained injuries that should have been fatal. And then, you healed instantly and manifested a previously unknown and overwhelmingly powerful form of chakra. Is this correct? Naruto swallowed. Why yes, Hokage-sama. Can you explain this power? Koharu asked, her voice sharp and accusatory. Was this an ability of the Nine Tails? No, Naruto said firmly, his voice gaining a bit of its old confidence. Lying to the Hokage was one thing, but this was the truth, and he knew it. It wasn't the fox. It was something else. Something else? Danzo's voice rasped from the shadows. He stepped forward, one eye covered in bandages, the other sharp and calculating. Vague answers are not acceptable, boy. The village's security could be at stake. What was it? Naruto flinched under the intensity of his gaze. He didn't know what to say. The truth sounded insane. A ghost in my head told me I was his son and gave me god powers. They'd lock him up for sure. I don't know, he said, falling back on his only defense. I just felt it. It just happened. How very convenient, Hamura sniffed. Enough, Hiruzen said, his voice cutting through the tension. He looked at Naruto, his old eyes filled not with suspicion, but with a deep, weary curiosity. Naruto, did you feel as though you were in control of this power? Naruto thought about it. The push that shattered the mirrors. The chakra arms that swatted away the thugs. The black sphere that had erased Gato. He hadn't thought about jutsu names or hand signs. He had just willed it to happen. Yes, he said slowly. I think so. It felt easy. That seemed to disturb the elders more than anything else he could have said. Power that came that easily was dangerous. Unpredictable. And the technique you used on the man known as Gato? Danzo pressed. Kakashi's report described it as something that erased him from existence. What was it? I don't know, Naruto whispered, the memory making him feel sick. I just wanted him to go away. To stop him from hurting anyone else. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, filling the room with sweet-smelling smoke. He stared at Naruto for a long, uncomfortable minute. He saw the boy's confusion, his fear. He didn't see a monster or a weapon. He saw a child burdened with a power neither of them understood. That will be all for now, Hiruzen said finally. You are all dismissed. I want a full medical and psychological evaluation for all of you. Report to the hospital this afternoon. Naruto. You will be under observation for the time being. An ANBU team will be assigned to watch you, for your own protection. Naruto's heart sank. A babysitter. Great. As they left the office, Sasuke fell into step beside him. You're a terrible liar, Dobe. I wasn't lying. Naruto shot back, annoyed. I really don't know what happened. Sasuke looked ahead, a muscle twitching in his jaw. Whatever that power was. I'll surpass it. I'll get stronger than you. I swear it. He quickened his pace, leaving Naruto and Sakura behind. The next few days were a special kind of hell for Naruto. He tried to go back to his life, but it was impossible. He could feel the ANBU, always there, silent shadows on the rooftops, their chakra signatures like faint whispers in the back of his mind. People in the village looked at him differently. The whispers that had followed him his whole life had changed. They used to be filled with fear and hatred for the demon fox. Now, there was a new kind of fear. A fear of the unknown. He was no longer just the Jinchuriki. He was something else, something they couldn't define, and it scared them even more. The dreams continued, getting more vivid, more fragmented. He saw the sage creating the tailed beasts from the ten-tailed monster, not as weapons, but as children. He saw the sage's two sons, Indra and Ashura, their rivalry growing, twisting, poisoning everything. He saw their chakra, their very souls, refusing to die, latching onto new hosts through the centuries, continuing their pointless battle over and over again. He saw Hashirama and Madara. And he understood, with a dawning horror, that he and Sasuke were just the latest chapter in a very, very old book. The pull started subtly. A faint tug in his mind, like a compass needle trying to find north. It was always there, in the background, a gentle pressure pointing him towards the center of the village, towards the Hokage monument. He tried to ignore it, to drown it out with bowls of ramen and loud proclamations of his greatness, but it was no use. The pull grew stronger each day, becoming a persistent, nagging ache in his soul. It wasn't a suggestion anymore. It was a demand. Come here. The answers are here. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. It was late at night, the moon hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds. The village was asleep. He could feel his ANBU guards, one on the roof across the street, one down the alley. They were good, but he was different now. He could feel the flow of their chakra, the rhythm of their breathing. He knew exactly where they were looking. He made a single shadow clone and had it lie down in his bed, muffling it under the covers. Then, taking a deep breath, he focused. He didn't try to be stealthy in the traditional sense. He didn't try to mask his presence. Instead, he tried to harmonize with the night. To let his own chakra blend with the ambient energy of the sleeping village. He slipped out his window, his movements silent and fluid. He didn't feel the ANBU stir. He was a ghost, a whisper in the dark. He followed the pull. It led him through deserted streets, up the winding path to the Hokage monument. It wasn't pulling him to the giant stone faces, but to the building nestled inside the mountain itself. The Konoha Archives. The most secure library in the village, holding everything from tax records to the most powerful and forbidden kinjutsu. The entrance was sealed with a complex fuinjutsu array, a web of glowing blue characters that would trigger a dozen alarms and trap anyone who tried to force their way through. Naruto looked at it, and for the first time, the swirling characters didn't look like meaningless scribbles. He could see the chakra flowing through them, a complex river of energy. He saw the key, the central point where all the lines of power converged. He reached out a hand, not to touch the seal, but to hover his palm just over it. He didn't try to pour his chakra in or break it. He just listened. He felt the frequency of the seal's energy, its unique resonance. And then, he matched it. He let the warm, calm energy inside him shift its own vibration until it was in perfect harmony with the seal. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the glowing blue characters flickered, turned a soft gold, and faded into the stone door. The door clicked open. Naruto stared, his jaw hanging open. He had no idea how he'd done that. It was pure instinct. He slipped inside, and the door swung shut behind him, the seal reappearing as if it had never been disturbed. The air inside was cool and smelled of old paper and preserving agents. He was in a massive, circular room, the walls lined from floor to ceiling with thousands upon thousands of scrolls. The pull was stronger now, a physical tug on his spirit, leading him away from the main archive, down a narrow, dimly lit hallway. It led him to a heavy iron door marked with a symbol for restricted. This seal was different. It was darker, pulsing with a hint of malevolent energy designed to attack intruders. He did the same thing. He closed his eyes, reached out with his senses, and listened to the seal's song. It was a discordant, angry tune. He didn't try to match it. Instead, he projected a feeling of calm, the same serene energy he'd felt in his vision. He pushed a wave of peace at the angry seal. The malevolent energy recoiled, sputtered, and then, like a fire being starved of oxygen, it simply went out. The lock on the door clicked open. He was in the forbidden section. This room was smaller, but the air here was thick with power. Scrolls containing jutsu that could level mountains or rewrite life itself sat on reinforced shelves. But Naruto wasn't interested in them. The pull was leading him to the very back of the room, to a dusty, forgotten corner. There, on a low shelf, was a single, unassuming scroll. It had no title, no markings. It was bound with a simple leather cord. It looked completely ordinary. But as he got closer, he could feel it. A faint warmth radiated from the scroll, a familiar golden energy that resonated with the power inside him. This was it. This was what had been calling to him. His hand trembled slightly as he reached out and picked it up. The moment his fingers touched the old parchment, the scroll flared with a brilliant golden light, so bright he had to shield his eyes. The light filled the small room, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic beat, like a heart. When it faded, the scroll in his hands was glowing. He untied the leather cord and carefully unrolled it. The text inside was written in a formal, academic script. It was a history, a scholarly treatise on the legends of the Sage of Six Paths. He skimmed the first few lines. It talked about the 10 tales, about yin and yang, about the founding of Ninshu. It was dry, boring stuff. He was about to roll it back up, disappointed, when the words began to change. The black ink on the page shimmered and dissolved. In its place, new characters began to form, writing themselves in threads of pure golden light. The script was ancient, elegant, and utterly alien, yet somehow, he could read it perfectly. It was a message, a letter written across the gulf of 1,000 years, addressed to him and him alone. To the one who walks my path again, it began. The blood of my body, the soul of my son. You are awake, but you are blind. You wield a power you do not comprehend, a legacy you do not know. The memories that haunt your sleep are but echoes of the truth I carry. The world has forgotten its origins. It has twisted the gift I gave it, turning the art of understanding into the art of war. The cycle of hatred my children began continues to turn, and the shadow of my mother, the progenitor, looms once more, seeking to reclaim what was taken from her. Her will seeks to gather the pieces of the great beast you have seen in your dreams, to return and consume all chakra, to plunge the world into an eternal dream. You are the heir to my will, but the knowledge cannot be given. It must be earned. The power you now touch is but a single drop from an endless ocean. To understand it, to control it, to become what you are meant to be, you must first look inward. You must face the source of the village's hatred, the beast sealed within your own soul. The cage holds the key. The final line of glowing text burned brighter than the rest, searing itself into his mind. The beast within knows the truth of the man without. The golden light faded. The ancient script vanished, and the boring, academic text returned, as if nothing had happened. The scroll was just a scroll again. Naruto stood there in the silent, dusty archive, his heart pounding in his chest. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't his imagination. It was real. A message from the Sage of Six Paths himself. And it had given him a clear, terrifying instruction. He had to go into the seal. He had to face the nine-tailed fox. Not to beg for power, not to fight it, but to talk to it. To ask it for the truth. He rolled up the scroll, his hands steady now. The fear was still there, a cold knot in his stomach, but for the first time since the bridge, it was overshadowed by something else, purpose. He wasn't just a confused kid with a scary new power anymore. He was on a path. And the first step was a conversation with a demon. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, An Old Bargain, a new path. Naruto stood in the dead silence of the Forbidden Archive, the scroll lying inert on the shelf in front of him. The golden light was gone, the ancient words had vanished, but the message was burned into his brain like a brand. The beast within knows the truth of the man without. It was a command, a clue, and a terrifying invitation all at once. For years, the fox inside him had been a source of terror and shame, a monster in the basement he was told never to acknowledge. Now, a ghost from 1,000 years ago was telling him to go knock on its door and ask for directions. His heart was doing a frantic drum solo against his ribs. He had to do it. He knew he had to. This weird, warm power humming under his skin, the dreams, the Rinnegan eyes, it was all connected to the fox. But how? How did you just decide to visit the most dangerous prisoner in the entire world, who happened to be living in your stomach? It wasn't like there was a door with a handle. He carefully placed the ancient scroll back on its dusty shelf, exactly as he'd found it. He couldn't take it with him. This was a secret that had to stay buried. His secret. He turned to leave, his mind racing. He needed a place to think. A place to focus. His tiny, messy apartment wouldn't cut it. Too many distractions. Too many neighbors. He needed somewhere quiet. Somewhere no one would find him. Getting out of the archives was the same as getting in, just in reverse. He faced the heavy iron door, its malevolent seal pulsing faintly. This time, he didn't hesitate. He reached out with his senses, feeling the angry, jagged rhythm of the fuinjutsu. He didn't try to soothe it this time. He just ignored it. He focused on the lock mechanism behind the seal, a series of complex tumblers and pins. He could feel them, almost see them in his mind's eye. He pushed with that subtle, gravitational force he'd used on the bridge, not a blast of power, but a delicate, precise manipulation. He imagined the pins lifting, the tumblers turning. He heard a soft click. The door swung open. He blinked. Whoa. He hadn't even known he could do that. This new power was full of surprises. He repeated the process on the main archive door, harmonizing with the seal until it dissolved into light and let him pass. He slipped back out into the cool night air of Konoha. The village was dark and still, a sleeping giant under a blanket of clouds. He could feel his ANBU watchers. Their chakra signatures were faint, patient pinpricks of light in his expanded awareness. One was on the roof of the mission assignment building, crouched behind a water tower. The other was perched in the branches of a large oak tree on the far side of the training grounds. They thought he was asleep in his bed. He needed to keep it that way. He moved like a shadow, sticking to the alleys and rooftops where the darkness was deepest. He didn't run. He flowed. He let his senses guide him, feeling the subtle shifts in the air, the paths of least resistance. It was instinctual, a dance he somehow already knew the steps to. He was heading for the outskirts of the village, towards the high fences and dense woods that marked the border of Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. No one in their right mind went there for a casual stroll. It was full of giant, venomous creatures and plants that could eat you whole. It was the perfect place to be alone. He found a spot just inside the fence, a small, grassy clearing surrounded by massive, gnarled trees whose branches seemed to claw at the sky. The air here was thick and alive, buzzing with the sounds of 1,000 unseen things. It was creepy, but it was isolated. This would have to do. He sat down in the center of the clearing, crossing his legs. He closed his eyes and tried to meditate, the way Kakashi had tried to teach them once. Clear your mind. Focus on your breathing. It was impossible. His mind was a hurricane of thoughts. The fight on the bridge. Haku's sad eyes. Sasuke's new Sharingan. The look of pure shock on Kakashi's face. The horrifying, silent way Gato had just ceased to be. And beneath it all, the sage's words, echoing over and over. The beast within. The beast within. Okay, how do I do this? He muttered to himself. The last time he'd been inside the seal, he'd been passed out or on the verge of dying. He wasn't keen on repeating that. He had to get there on his own. Consciously. He placed his hands on his stomach, right over the swirling black ink of the 8-trigram seal. He could feel a focal point of energy beneath his palms, a nexus where his own chakra network and the fox's power were forcibly knotted together. It felt like a hot, tangled mess. He took a deep breath and pushed his own chakra towards it. Not the warm, golden energy. Just his own, regular, blue chakra. The world tilted. For a second, he felt a nauseating lurch, like falling from a great height. The sounds of the forest faded, replaced by a low, rushing sound, like water in a tunnel. The darkness behind his eyelids swirled, and then he was standing. He looked down. His feet were submerged in ankle-deep water that lapped gently against his shins. He was in a vast, long corridor that stretched into infinity in both directions, the ceiling lost in oppressive darkness high above. Huge pipes lined the walls, weeping a slow, steady drip that echoed in the cavernous space. This was it. The sewer. His own mind. But it was different. Radically different. The last time he'd been here, the water had been murky and foul, the air thick with hatred and malice that was so palpable he could taste it. It had been cold, a deep, soul-crushing chill. Now, it was almost peaceful. The water was crystal clear, and it glowed with a soft, internal luminescence, casting a gentle blue light on the surroundings. The air was cool and clean, like in a mountain cave. And drifting through the air like lazy snowflakes were tiny motes of golden light, the same color as the chakra he'd used on the bridge. They swirled and danced in unseen currents, casting a warm, gentle feeling over the whole place. It was still a prison, still a sewer, but it was a place touched by something serene and ancient. It was like someone had come in and done some serious house cleaning. He started walking, his footsteps splashing softly in the glowing water. He was heading towards the source of the pressure, the immense presence he could feel waiting for him in the darkness ahead. He rounded a corner and saw it. The cage. The bars were as thick as tree trunks, stretching from the floor to the ceiling, disappearing into the gloom. The piece of paper in the center with the character "for" seal was still there, holding the gates shut. But like the rest of the mindscape, it felt changed. The oppressive aura of pure, unadulterated rage that usually radiated from the cage was muted. It was still there, a low, rumbling undercurrent of fury, but it was no longer the all-consuming storm it had once been. And inside, a colossal form was stirring. A mountain of orange fur shifted in the shadows. Two massive, slit-pupiled eyes, each one bigger than Naruto himself, snapped open. They blazed with crimson light, pinning him in their glare. "So, the jailer deigns to visit his prisoner," a voice boomed, shaking the very foundations of the mindscape. It was a sound of pure power and malice, a rumble that vibrated in Naruto's bones. "Have you come to beg for my power again, you insolent gnat? Has your pathetic human strength failed you already?" Naruto flinched, his instincts screaming at him to run, to cower. This was the nine-tailed fox, the demon that had leveled mountains and destroyed his village. But he clenched his fists, the words from the scroll giving him a sliver of courage. He wasn't here as a beggar. He was here for answers. "No," Naruto said, his voice surprisingly steady. It didn't echo as much as the fox's, but it didn't tremble either. "I didn't come for your power. I came to talk." One of the giant, furry lips inside the cage curled back in a sneer, revealing teeth like daggers. "Talk. A human wanting to talk to me? Don't make me laugh. You are all the same. You either fear me or you want to use me. There is nothing in between. Now get out of my sight before I decide to rip your consciousness to shreds for the sheer fun of it. I'm not leaving, Naruto said, taking a step closer. The water swirled around his knees. Not until you tell me what I want to know. The fox let out a low growl, a sound like an avalanche starting. You are testing the limits of my patience, boy. There is nothing you could possibly ask that would interest me. I want to know about the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto said, the name feeling strange and powerful on his tongue. The growl cut off instantly. The massive crimson eyes widened, the slit pupils shrinking to pinpricks. The sheer, overwhelming killing intent that had been pressing down on Naruto vanished, replaced by an aura of utter, profound shock. The great beast pushed itself up, its massive head coming closer to the bars, its hot, sulphurous breath washing over Naruto in a wave. What, did you say? The fox's voice was no longer a booming roar, but a dangerous, guttural whisper. How do you know that name? He talked to me, Naruto said simply. When I was dying on the bridge. I saw him. He had Rinnegan eyes. And horns. He called me his child. The Nine Tails, Kurama, was utterly silent. He stared at the small blonde boy standing before his cage, his ancient mind reeling. The old man. He was talking about his father. No human should know what he looked like. No human should have heard his voice. For 1,000 years, Kurama had been passed from one Jinchuriki to the next, a miserable existence of being sealed, hated, and used as a weapon. None of them had ever spoken of Hagoromo. They wouldn't have known who he was. Then, Kurama's senses, sharpened by millennia of existence, focused on Naruto's soul. He'd felt it before, a faint trace he'd dismissed as an anomaly caused by the seal. But now, it was stronger. Woven into the very fabric of the boy's own brash, chaotic chakra was another thread. A wisp of energy that was impossibly ancient, unbelievably powerful, and utterly, achingly familiar. It was his father's chakra. Faint, an echo of an echo, but it was there. This wasn't just another reincarnation of Ashura. This was something else. Something new. The old man himself, had reached out. The dreams, Kurama said, his voice a low rumble of dawning realization. The 10 Tails. My grandmother. The two brothers. You have been seeing my father's memories. Naruto nodded, his eyes wide. You know about them? I thought I was going crazy. Kurama let out a sound that might have been a laugh, a dry, bitter bark of air. Crazy? Boy, you have no idea. The world you live in was built on the insane ramblings of my family. He settled back down on his haunches, his gaze never leaving Naruto. The raw hostility was gone, replaced by a wary, intense curiosity. This changed everything. So, the old man sent you to me. What for? What truth does he think I possess? Naruto took a deep breath. A scroll told me. The beast within knows the truth of the man without. I'm guessing the beast is you. Who is the man without? Kurama actually snorted. Took you long enough to figure that part out. The man without is the one who put me in here. My creator. The Sage of Six Paths Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He flicked one of his 9 massive tails, the tip of it sending a tidal wave of water crashing against the far wall of the mindscape. He wants you to know the truth of the world. The real truth. Not the garbage your history books and village elders spout. The truth about what? Naruto asked, leaning forward eagerly. About everything, Kurama growled. About chakra. About my so-called grandmother, Kagaya. And about how you humans took the gift my father gave you and twisted it into a weapon. He bared his teeth again, but this time it was a gesture of pure cynicism. He gave you Ninshu, the art of connecting your spiritual energy to understand one another without words, to bring peace. And what did you do? You weaponized it. You figured out how to use it to breathe fire and throw lightning. You created ninjutsu. You took a tool for building bridges and used it to dig graves. And you've been doing it ever since. Naruto was silent, the fox's words hitting him with the force of a physical blow. Ninshu. The art of understanding. It sounded familiar. On the bridge, with Haku. He had understood him completely, felt his pain as if it were his own. Was that what this was? The power I used on the bridge. Naruto began. Was a sliver of the old man's power, awakened by your near-death experience, Kurama finished for him. The creation of all things. Yin-yang release. The very power he used to shape the world and create us, the tailed beasts, from the chakra of the ten tails. Yin-yang. Release. Naruto tasted the words. They felt right. Kurama sighed, a gust of wind that ruffled Naruto's hair. You humans and your labels. It's simple, even for a brain as small as yours. Everything is made of two parts. Yin is imagination. Form. The blueprint. Yang is life. Energy. Vitality. You put them together, and you can create something from nothing. Or, if you're feeling particularly nasty, you can use it to uncreate something. Kurama's crimson eyes gleamed with a dark amusement. That little black ball you threw at that fat little man. That was pure yin-yang. You willed him to not exist, and the old man's power flowing through you made it a reality. You didn't kill him, brat. You erased him from the story. A cold dread washed over Naruto. Erased him. It sounded so much worse than killing him. It was so absolute. Can I control it? Control it? Kurama scoffed. You stumbled into it by accident. It's like giving a baby a loaded cannon. You're lucky you didn't wipe the entire land of waves off the map. To control that power, you need to understand it. And to understand it, you need to start smaller. Much, much smaller. The fox grinned, a truly terrifying sight. Your education starts now, brat. And I am a terrible teacher. Naruto felt a surge of excitement that pushed back the dread. This was it. This was the start of the path. He had a teacher. A grumpy, nine-tailed, world-destroying demon fox teacher, but a teacher nonetheless. Okay. What do I do? First, stop yelling. You're inside your own head. I can hear you. Kurama gestured with his snout. Hold out your hand. Now, think of something simple. A rock. A flower. A leaf. Something you know perfectly. Naruto held out his hand, palm up. A leaf. Okay, he could do that. He thought of the leaves on the trees outside the academy. Green, teardrop-shaped, with little veins running through them. He pictured one perfectly in his mind, floating just above his palm. That's the yin, Kurama rumbled. The imagination. The form. Now comes the hard part. You have to breathe life into it. Push your yang energy into that image. Not your regular chakra. Not my chakra. The other stuff. The warm, golden energy. Will it to become real? Naruto closed his eyes, focusing. He could feel that other energy source within him, a deep, calm well of power. It felt different from his own chakra, which was like a rushing river, and Kurama's, which was a volcano. This was like a vast, still ocean. He tried to draw on it, to channel it up through his arm and into the mental image of the leaf. Nothing happened. The image in his mind wavered and vanished. He opened his eyes. His palm was empty. I don't get it, he said, frustrated. Of course you don't, you're an idiot, Kurama said flatly. You're trying to force it. It's not about brute strength. It's about balance. You poured in too much yang too quickly, and it overwhelmed the yin construct. It's like trying to fill a water balloon with a fire hose. Try again. And this time, be gentle. Naruto scowled at the fox but did as he was told. He held out his hand again, pictured the leaf. This time, he tried to feed the yang energy into it slowly, a tiny, steady trickle. A faint shimmer appeared over his palm. A ghostly, translucent image of a leaf flickered into existence for a half-second before dissolving into golden dust. I almost had it. Naruto exclaimed. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, neither of which you're smart enough to use, Kurama deadpanned. Your yin form was weak. You were focused so much on the yang that your mental image wasn't stable. You need to hold the image perfectly in your mind while simultaneously breathing life into it. It's about doing two opposite things at once. Yin is stillness. Yang is action. Hold them in balance. Try again. Naruto gritted his teeth. This was way harder than learning the shadow clone jutsu. He tried again. And again. And again. For what felt like hours, he stood there in the glowing water of his mindscape, trying to create a single, simple leaf. He would make it flicker for a second, only for it to dissolve. Or he would create a malformed, twisted lump of green energy that would immediately pop like a soap bubble. He was getting tired, and his frustration was mounting. Pathetic, Kurama yawned, lying down and resting his massive head on his paws, looking utterly bored. The old man created the moon, and you can't even create a garnish for a salad. At this rate, Kaguya will be back and have turned the whole world into mindless zombies before you figure out how to make a blade of grass. Something in Naruto snapped. Shut up, you stupid fox, he yelled, glaring at the cage. I'm trying, okay? It's not easy. I never said it was easy, Kurama rumbled, a hint of a smirk in his voice. I said you were making it look pathetic. You're thinking too much. Stop trying to follow a recipe and just do it. You did it on the bridge. You felt, you willed, and it happened. Stop thinking like a human and start thinking like a god. Naruto froze. Stop thinking like a human. That was, oddly profound, coming from a giant ball of angry chakra. He had been trying to treat it like a ninjutsu, a series of steps to follow. But it wasn't. It was an act of pure will. He took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. He held his hand out one more time. He didn't just picture a leaf. He remembered one. He remembered the feel of a leaf he'd picked up in the forest just that evening. The slight waxy texture. The crispness of the stem. The exact shade of green in the moonlight. He held that entire sensory memory in his mind, a perfect, unchanging concept. The yin. Then, he reached for the yang. He didn't pull or push. He just opened a door. He allowed the warm, golden energy to flow. He didn't direct it. He just connected it to the concept of the leaf, letting it fill the shape he had created, letting it give the memory life. There was a soft pop. He opened his eyes. Lying in his palm was a leaf. Not a ghost, not a shimmer of energy. A real, physical leaf. He could feel its weight, its texture. He brought it closer to his face. It even smelled like a freshly picked leaf, a scent of chlorophyll and damp earth. I did it, he whispered in awe. Humph, don't get cocky, Kurama said, though Naruto could detect a grudging note of surprise in his tone. It's just a leaf. Now do it 100 more times until you can do it without thinking. Your real training has just begun. A wave of dizziness suddenly washed over Naruto. The mindscape started to feel thin, insubstantial. The connection was wavering. The leaf in his hand dissolved into golden motes of light. You're out of time, Kurama stated. Your physical body is exhausted. Go. Sleep. And come back when you're not so useless. Wait. Naruto called out. I have another question. The dreams, about the two brothers. Indra and Ashura. Why do I keep seeing them? Kurama's eye narrowed. Because their pathetic, idiotic feud is the reason the world is such a mess. They were the old man's sons. Indra, the genius prodigy born with his father's powerful eyes and chakra. Ashura, the talentless deadlast who had to work for everything and built his strength through bonds with others. The fox's voice was laced with a deep, ancient bitterness. Sound familiar, brat? Naruto's blood ran cold. A genius with powerful eyes. A deadlast who relied on his friends. It was him and Sasuke. The old man chose Ashura as his successor, Kurama continued, believing his path of love and cooperation was the key to true peace. Indra, consumed by jealousy and pride, refused to accept it. And so their battle began. A battle that didn't end when they died. Their chakra, their very wills, were too strong to simply fade away. They latched onto new hosts, generation after generation, continuing their pointless war. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were the last ones. And now, it's you and your Uchiha friend. Naruto felt sick. He and Sasuke weren't just rivals. They were pawns in a 1,000-year-old ghost story, doomed to repeat the same mistakes. Can it be stopped? Kurama was silent for a long moment. The old man seems to think so, he finally said, his voice a low growl. He chose you. Not just the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, but something more. His own will. His own power. Perhaps he believes you can finally break the cycle. But I wouldn't bet on it. Now get out. You're giving me a headache. The world dissolved into a swirl of light and sound. Naruto's eyes snapped open. He was back in the forest of death. The sky was beginning to lighten in the east, the first hints of dawn painting the clouds a soft gray. He was drenched in sweat, and he felt more tired than he'd ever been in his life, a bone-deep exhaustion that went beyond physical or mental. It was a spiritual weariness. He pushed himself to his feet, his legs trembling. He had to get back to his apartment before the ANBU realized he was gone. As he stood up, he felt a strange, sharp twitch in his right eye. It wasn't a pain, more like a muscle spasm. The world through that eye suddenly seemed clearer. Sharper. The edges of the leaves on the trees were more defined, the patterns in the bark stood out in stark relief. He stumbled over to a puddle left over from a recent rain and looked at his reflection. His eyes were wide, his face pale with exhaustion. And in his right eye, floating against the cerulean blue of his iris, was a single, perfect black tomo. He stared, his heart a block of ice in his chest. It looked just like the tomo in Sasuke's Sharingan, but this was different. There was no red. Just his own blue eye, now marked with this strange, comma-shaped symbol. A dojutsu? Was this a side effect of using the yin-yang release? A sign of his Otsutsuki heritage, as Kurama had called it? He blinked hard, rubbing his eye. The sharp, clear feeling vanished. He looked in the puddle again. The tomo was gone. His eye was back to normal. But he had seen it. He knew it was real. And he knew, with absolute certainty, that this was a secret he had to keep. The village was already on edge about his golden chakra. If they found out he was developing some kind of new, unknown dojutsu, they would never let him out of their sight. Danzo would probably try to have him dissected. He had a reluctant mentor in the form of a demon fox, access to the power of creation itself, and now a weird magic eye that came and went as it pleased. His life had just gotten infinitely more complicated. With a new sense of urgency, he began the trek back to his apartment. He was more careful this time, his senses on high alert. He could feel the village waking up around him, chakra signatures flaring to life as people started their days. He slipped through his window just as the first rays of the sun crested the Hokage monument, collapsing onto his bed, not even bothering to get under the covers. His shadow clone in the bed dispelled with a silent puff of smoke. He was safe. He lay there, his mind a whirlwind, his body screaming for rest. His conversation with Kurama played over and over in his head. Ninshu. Inyan. Indra and Ashura. Him and Sasuke. It was too much to process. But as sleep finally began to claim him, one thought rose above the others. He had a path now. A strange, terrifying, and lonely path, but it was his. And for the first time in his life, he wasn't just blindly chasing a dream. He was chasing a truth. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Seal and The Serpent. The month after the mission to the Land of Waves was the weirdest month of Naruto's life. And that was saying something, considering his life had been a non-stop festival of weird since day one. He spent his nights in his own head, sitting in the glowing blue water of his mindscape while a giant, grumpy fox demon gave him condescending lectures on the fundamental nature of reality. By day, he tried to act normal, which was getting harder and harder to do. Your construct is sloppy, Kurama's voice would rumble, echoing in the vast sewer of Naruto's soul. You're imagining, leaf. You need to imagine the leaf. The specific one. The one with the tiny hole the caterpillar chewed through it last Tuesday. Details, you moron. Creation is in the details. Naruto, drenched in glowing water and spiritual exhaustion, would grit his teeth and try again. He was getting better. He could now create a perfect, tangible leaf in about 5 seconds. He'd even managed to make a small, lopsided rock. Kurama had mockingly suggested he use it to end his own misery. The tomo in his right eye was another problem. It would appear at random moments, usually when he was concentrating hard on something. The world through that eye would snap into ultra-high definition for a few seconds, and then it would fade. He was getting good at hiding it, blinking it away or turning his head so no one would see. He hadn't told anyone. Not Kakashi. Not even Kurama, who would probably just call him a freak and mock him for it. It was his secret. A weird, scary, but kind of cool secret. The biggest change, though, was his senses. The world was just, louder now. Not in sound, but in feeling. He could walk through the village and feel the emotional state of the people around him like a weather forecast. A cloud of anxiety from a merchant worried about his sales, a bright spot of joy from a kid who got a new toy, a constant, low-level hum of suspicion and fear directed at him. He was learning to filter it, to push it into the background, but it was always there. It made him feel less alone, and at the same time, more isolated than ever. It all came to a head the day they were told about the Chunin exams. Kakashi gathered them at their usual spot on the bridge, looking even more bored than usual. "Alright, listen up. I've nominated the 3 of you for the Chunin exams," he said, holding up the application forms. "It's a big step. It's dangerous. It's completely voluntary. You all have to agree, or none of you can participate." Sakura looked nervous, her eyes darting between Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke just smirked, that arrogant Uchiha smirk that always made Naruto want to punch him. It's about time. The old Naruto would have been screaming his head off, jumping up and down about how he was going to crush everyone and become a Chunin on the first try. But the new Naruto was quiet. He felt the swirl of emotions from his team. Sakura's anxiety, her desire for Sasuke's approval, her genuine worry for their safety. Sasuke's burning ambition, his impatience, and a deep, dark undercurrent of frustration that was permanently aimed in Naruto's direction ever since the bridge. "I'm in," Naruto said, his voice calm and even. It made both Sakura and Sasuke look at him. His lack of a loud, obnoxious outburst was more jarring than if he'd set himself on fire. "Good," Kakashi said, his eye crinkling in a smile, though Naruto could feel a flicker of surprise from him too. "Meet at room 301 of the academy tomorrow morning. Don't be late." He tossed them the forms and vanished in a puff of smoke. The next day, they arrived at the academy to find a huge crowd of genin milling around on the second floor, blocked by two chunin who were standing guard in front of the door to room 201. A genjutsu. Naruto could feel the subtle, warped chakra flowing around the area, trying to trick people into thinking this was the third floor. It was a simple, clever filter to weed out anyone who wasn't observant enough. As a kid with a bowl cut and a green jumpsuit got into a fight with the guards, Naruto just sighed. He glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke glanced back, a silent question in his eyes. You see it too, right? Naruto just gave a tiny nod. Sasuke's lips thinned. He hated that they were on the same page. He wanted to be the one who figured it out first. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, maybe we should just go find the right room, Sakura whispered, looking intimidated by the tough-looking genin guards. Relax, Sakura, Naruto said, his voice low. He gestured with his head. This is a test. We're already on the third floor. This is a genjutsu. Sakura's eyes widened as she looked around, really looked this time, and saw the subtle inconsistencies. At the same moment, Sasuke stepped forward. A cute trick, he said coolly to the guards. But we have a test to get to. Drop the illusion. The two chunin guards grinned, and the genjutsu dissolved. The sign on the door now read 301. The crowd of genin murmured in surprise and embarrassment. So you saw through it, did you? One of the guards said. Not bad. As they walked past, Sasuke shot Naruto a look. I saw it first, he muttered, just loud enough for Naruto to hear. Naruto just shrugged. Doesn't matter who saw it first. It only matters that we all get through the door. That simple statement seemed to annoy Sasuke more than any insult Naruto could have come up with. It was too mature. Too reasonable. It wasn't the dope he was used to competing against. The real room 301 was packed. Dozens of genin from villages all over the world were crammed into a single classroom, and the air was thick with tension and killing intent. Naruto felt it wash over him, a wave of hostility, arrogance, and fear. A month ago, it would have been suffocating. Now, it was just noise. He could pick out the individual signatures. He felt the cold, sandpapery chakra of the sand siblings. The quiet, buzzing energy of the bug user from Konoha. The wild, almost bestial chakra of the Inuzuka kid with the dog on his head. And then he felt something else. A presence in the back of the room. It was calm, controlled, but vast. And it felt old. Not ancient like Hagoromo's echo in his soul, but old in a human way. A chakra that had been honed for years. He glanced over and saw a silver-haired genin with glasses. Kabuto. The guy's chakra felt layered. Deceptive. Like a still pond that was 1,000 feet deep. Naruto made a mental note to stay away from him. The first part of the exam was a written test, proctored by a scarred, imposing man named Ibiki Marino. The rules were simple: 10 points to start, 1 point deducted for every question you got wrong, and 2 points deducted for every time you were caught cheating. Get caught 5 times, and you and your whole team were out. If you finished with 0 points, you and your whole team were out. Naruto looked down at the test. It was gibberish. Advanced calculus, complex physics problems disguised as trajectory questions, code decryption. This was stuff that would make a jonin sweat. There was no way a genin was supposed to know this. He looked around. Sakura was already scribbling away, a small smile on her face. Of course. Sasuke had his head down, his Sharingan probably subtly activated, copying the pencil movements of the person in front of him. Everyone was cheating. That was the real test. Not to answer the questions, but to gather information without getting caught. Naruto leaned back in his chair. He could try to sense the answers, maybe feel the flow of chakra from the people who knew what they were writing, but it felt risky. And besides, it was missing the point. Ibiki wasn't testing their knowledge. He was testing their nerve. Their ability to operate under pressure. So Naruto sat there. He didn't write a single thing. He just closed his eyes and breathed, filtering out the anxious energy in the room, centering himself. He felt the proctors watching him, their gazes like tiny pinpricks on his skin. They were confused. Was he giving up? Was he so arrogant he thought he didn't need to answer? 45 minutes later, Ibiki called for the 10th and final question. The rules for this one were different. You could choose not to answer it. If you chose not to answer, you and your team would fail, but you could try the exams again next time. If you chose to answer and got it wrong, you would be barred from ever taking the Chunin exams again. The room exploded into a panic. People started yelling, arguing. A kid a few rows up from Naruto slammed his hands on his desk. That's insane. What kind of rule is that? There are people here who have taken this test multiple times. I guess this is just your unlucky day, Ibiki said with a cruel smile. The choice is yours. Those who don't feel confident can raise their hands and leave with their teams. Hands started going up. One by one, then in groups, genin teams got up and walked out, their dreams dashed for another year. The room was getting emptier. Naruto looked at Sakura. She was pale, her hand trembling as it hovered in the air. She was thinking about failing him and Sasuke. He looked at Sasuke. He was stoic, but Naruto could feel the conflict inside him. The Uchiha pride warring with the logical fear of being banned forever. Naruto felt a surge of something. Not anger. Not fear. Clarity. This was the real test. It wasn't about knowledge. It wasn't about cheating. It was about will. About commitment. About whether you were willing to bet your entire future on yourself and your team. Just as Sakura's hand was about to go up, Naruto shot his own into the air. Don't underestimate me. I don't quit and I don't run, he yelled, his voice cutting through the tense silence. He slammed his hand down on his desk. I'll take the stupid question. And even if I'm stuck as a genin forever, I'll become Hokage anyway. So you can't scare me. It was the classic, loudmouthed Naruto, but the feeling behind it was different. It wasn't just blind guts. It was a statement of belief. A belief in his own path. Ibiki stared at him, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Naruto's outburst was like a lightning rod. It broke the tension. The genin who were wavering put their hands down. Sakura looked at him, a new resolve in her eyes. Even Sasuke gave a tiny, almost imperceptible smirk. Ibiki watched them all for a long moment, then smiled. For those of you who remained, he said, his voice losing its harsh edge. There's only one thing left to tell you. You've all passed the first exam. Confusion. Then relief. Sakura slumped onto her desk. What? What about the 10th question? There was no 10th question, Ibiki explained. Or rather, the choice itself was the 10th question. A Chunin must be able to make critical decisions under pressure, to face the unknown without losing their nerve. The choice to risk it all for the sake of the mission, that is the quality of a Chunin. Just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, the window shattered. A woman with purple hair and a trench coat came flying through, a massive banner unfurling behind her. Anko Mitarashi. The proctor for the second exam. She was loud, wild, and more than a little crazy. She announced that the second exam would take place in the Forest of Death, and that more than half of them wouldn't make it out. They were to meet at the gates of Training Ground 44 in 30 minutes. The mood of relief in the room evaporated, replaced by a cold dread. At the entrance to the forest, Anko explained the rules. Each team would be given either a heaven or an earth scroll. The goal was to get to the tower in the center of the forest with both a heaven and an earth scroll. They had 5 days. And everything inside the forest, including the other teams, was a valid target. Just one piece of advice, Enko said with a sadistic grin, don't die. Team 7 got an Earth Scroll. As they stood before their assigned gate, waiting for the signal to start, Sasuke laid out a plan. We need to get a Heaven Scroll as quickly as possible. We should find a weak team, take their scroll, and then head straight for the tower. Avoid any unnecessary fights. How do we know who's weak? Sakura asked, clutching her kunai pouch nervously. We'll find someone, Sasuke said. Just stay sharp. Naruto was quiet. He was expanding his senses, letting them stretch out into the oppressive, suffocatingly alive atmosphere of the forest. It was a riot of chakra. Giant centipedes, massive tigers with chakra-infused claws, leeches the size of a man. And other genin. Dozens of them, all humming with nerves and bloodlust. There's a team about 500 meters to the east of us, Naruto said suddenly. 3 of them. Their chakra feels shaky. Nervous. They're trying to hide, but they're not very good at it. Sasuke and Sakura stared at him. How do you know that? Sasuke demanded. I can just feel it, Naruto said with a shrug. It's like listening. But for chakra. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. This was new. This was another piece of the puzzle that was post-Land of Waves Naruto. He didn't like it, but he couldn't deny its usefulness. All right, he said, grudgingly. Lead the way. The gates opened, and they plunged into the dim, humid forest. Naruto led them, moving with a new, quiet confidence. He guided them around a nest of giant spiders and past a territorial bear that was as big as a house. He could feel the other team, their anxious chakra signatures getting closer. They were setting up an ambush. They're up ahead, Naruto whispered, pointing to a thicket of ferns. 2 in the bushes, 1 in the tree above. Sasuke's Sharingan spun to life. He scanned the area and his eyes widened slightly. The dobe was right. He couldn't see them, but he could see the faint disturbance in the chakra flow where they were hiding. Okay, he whispered back. Here's the plan. The ambush was a joke. The other team, Rain Ninja, barely knew what hit them. Sasuke and Naruto, in a rare moment of perfect sync, took them down in less than 10 seconds. They found a Heaven Scroll in one of their pouches. All right. We did it. Sakura cheered, relieved. Now we can just go to the tower. It was too easy, Sasuke said, his brow furrowed. He looked at Naruto. This sensory ability of yours is a huge advantage. It was the closest he'd come to a real compliment in years. Just trying to be useful, Naruto said. They were about to head off when a sudden, violent gust of wind tore through the clearing, ripping leaves from the trees. Naruto felt it before it even happened. A presence. A chakra signature so immense, so cold, so utterly twisted and malevolent that it made his blood run cold. It made the Ninetales seem like a cuddly kitten. It felt like a corpse that had been reanimated and filled with mud and snakes. He whirled around, his hand already on his kunai pouch. Get back, he yelled. A figure was standing there, emerging from the trunk of a tree as if it were made of water. A long-faced, pale ninja with golden, slitted eyes and a terrifyingly long tongue that snaked out to lick their lips. The grass ninja from the written exam. But Naruto knew, with every fiber of his being, that this was no genin. Well, the ninja said, their voice a dry, hissing rasp. It seems you found a scroll. I'm afraid I'll have to take that from you. The killing intent rolled off this person in waves. It was physical. It was the pressure of the deep ocean, the cold of the void. Sakura was frozen, her face ashen. Even Sasuke was trembling, his Sharingan spinning frantically as he tried to process the sheer power he was facing. Naruto, however, stood his ground. He remembered this feeling. The paralysis. The shame of freezing up against the demon brothers. Against Zabuza. But he wasn't the same kid anymore. He had faced down Kurama. He had felt the soul of the Sage of Six Paths. This was just a monster. A powerful one, but a monster nonetheless. The warm, golden chakra inside him pulsed, a tiny sun pushing back against the oppressive darkness. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded, his voice steady. The ninja's eyes widened in amusement. "Oh. You're not screaming. You're not running. How interesting." Their face seemed to melt and reform, the disguise falling away to reveal the pale, snake-like features of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. "I am Orochimaru. And I've come here looking for a new vessel. I was hoping your dear Sasuke-kun would provide some entertainment, but you, little fox, you are something else entirely." Orochimaru's gaze fixed on Naruto, and his golden eyes widened in genuine surprise. He could sense the nine tails, of course, a raging inferno of demonic chakra. But underneath it, there was something else. Something quiet, ancient, and blindingly pure. It was like finding a flawless diamond in a pool of raw sewage. "What is this?" Orochimaru hissed, his curiosity overriding his bloodlust for a moment. "What is that other power inside you?" Before anyone could react, he moved. He wasn't just fast, he was instantaneous. One moment he was 30 feet away, the next he was right in front of Sasuke, a kunai at his throat. Sasuke tried to react, but he was a snail trying to dodge a lightning strike. Then, Orochimaru swallowed. His neck elongated, and his mouth opened impossibly wide, another Orochimaru, covered in slime, emerging from his throat. The second Orochimaru shot towards Sasuke, neck stretching like rubber, fangs bared. "Sasuke!" Naruto yelled. He threw a dozen kunai with explosive tags attached. Orochimaru just chuckled, swatting them away like flies. He bit down hard on Sasuke's neck. Sasuke screamed, a raw, agonized sound, as a black, three-tomo pattern spread out from the bite mark, covering half his neck and shoulder. He collapsed, convulsing. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura shrieked. Orochimaru let him drop, turning his attention to the horrified Sakura and the furious Naruto. "He will seek me out now," Orochimaru said with a smug smile. "He will crave the power I've offered him." He then looked at Naruto, his eyes gleaming with a mad, scientific curiosity. "And now for you. Let's see what happens when I mix my own special curse with the power of a tailed beast. It should be a fascinating experiment." His neck stretched again, crossing the distance in a heartbeat. Naruto didn't have time to dodge. He felt a sharp, searing pain in his own neck as Orochimaru's fangs sank into his flesh. A cold, venomous chakra flooded his system, a corrupting force that felt like spiritual poison. It raced towards the seal on his stomach, seeking the vast power of the Nine Tails. Inside his mindscape, Kurama roared in fury. An inferior form of senjutsu. How dare this pathetic snake try to defile my vessel? Get this filth out of here, brat. But it wasn't Kurama's chakra that reacted first. It was the other power. The quiet, serene ocean of Hagoromo's will. The moment Orochimaru's cursed chakra touched that divine energy, all hell broke loose. It wasn't a merger. It wasn't a battle. It was a categorical rejection. It was like dropping a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. A brilliant, blinding golden light erupted from Naruto's body. It wasn't the warm, life-giving glow from the bridge. This was a violent, incandescent explosion of pure, purifying energy. The air screamed. The ground cracked beneath his feet. The trees around them bent away from him as if struck by a hurricane. The cursed seal on Naruto's neck, which had started to form the same black tomo pattern as Sasuke's, suddenly began to smoke. The black ink sizzled as if splashed with acid. The tomo shapes turned a bright, burning gold, and then they were simply burned away. The golden aura physically repelled Orochimaru, blasting him backwards. He was thrown through the air. Tumbling end over end, crashing through 3 massive trees before he managed to stop himself, his arms scorched and smoking. He stared, his snake-like face a mask of utter disbelief and profound shock. The seal, it had been purified. Not completely, he could still feel a faint trace of his chakra fighting a losing battle within the boy's system, but the curse itself, the mechanism for bestowing power and control, had been obliterated by that golden light. Impossible. Orochimaru whispered, his scientific mind unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. That is not the Kyuubi's chakra. That is, divine. It's the purest life energy I have ever felt. He looked at Naruto, who was standing in the center of a crater, panting, the golden aura slowly fading around him. He wasn't a mere Jinchuriki. He wasn't just a container. He was an unexpected variable of the highest possible order. A creature of immense, world-altering potential. Orochimaru's lips curled into a wide, ecstatic smile. Sasuke was a fine prize, a perfect Uchiha vessel. But this boy, this Naruto Uzumaki, was the key to true immortality. To godhood. You have truly fascinated me, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru hissed, his body melting back into the trunk of a tree. We will meet again. Very, very soon. And then he was gone. The immense pressure vanished. Naruto swayed on his feet, the sudden expenditure of power leaving him dizzy and nauseous. He rushed over to Sasuke, who was unconscious, his face pale and slick with sweat, the ugly black mark on his neck pulsing faintly. Sakura was sobbing beside him, trying to wake him up. Naruto placed a hand on Sasuke's forehead. He was burning up. Naruto could feel the cursed seal's chakra, a knot of malignant energy spreading through Sasuke's network like a cancer. He tried to channel some of his own warm, golden chakra, to see if he could purify it like he had his own, but he was too exhausted. He could barely muster a trickle. He had failed. He had stood his ground, but he hadn't been able to protect his teammate. The bitter taste of failure was all too familiar. They spent the next 2 days struggling through the forest, with Naruto and Sakura taking turns carrying the unconscious Sasuke. They finally stumbled to the tower, battered, exhausted, and just hours before the deadline. They were ushered into a large, circular room with the other teams who had passed. The third Hokage stood in the middle, ready to give a speech, but he was interrupted by the arrival of the proctors and medics. Kakashi appeared beside them in a swirl of leaves, his visible eye wide with concern as he took in Sasuke's state. He knelt down, examined the seal, and his expression turned grim. He sealed it with a jutsu, suppressing its power for now, but the damage was done. Lord Third, Kakashi said, his voice low and urgent. Orochimaru has infiltrated these exams. The Hokage's face hardened. He announced that due to the large number of teams who had passed, there would be a preliminary round to whittle down the numbers for the final tournament. One-on-one matches, right here, right now. Sasuke woke up just as his match was called. He insisted on fighting, his Uchiha pride refusing to let him back down. He won, but it was a struggle. The cursed seal flared, and he had to fight its influence as much as he fought his opponent. Then, the big screen above them flashed 2 new names. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Naruto's head snapped up. Neji. The Hyuga prodigy everyone was talking about. The one with the cold, dead eyes who had nearly killed his own cousin, Hinata, in his preliminary match. Naruto had felt the boy's chakra. It was precise, controlled, and suffocatingly sad. It reeked of resignation. He walked down to the arena floor. Neji was already there, his arms crossed, his pale, pupilless eyes looking down on Naruto with disdain. So I'm matched with the dead last, Neji said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. Fate is a funny thing. It seems it wants to make an example of you. You should just forfeit now. A failure like you has no chance of defeating a genius like me. Your destiny was decided the moment you were born. The old Naruto would have been screaming insults. But the new Naruto just looked at him, his gaze calm. He could feel it. The pain behind the arrogance. The deep, bitter wound in Niji's soul. This wasn't just a fight. This was a collision of philosophies. "We'll see about that," Naruto said quietly. The proctor started the match. Niji was a blur. He shot forward, his movements fluid and precise. "The Hyuga style is the strongest in Konoha," he declared. He didn't aim for Naruto's face or chest. He aimed for his chakra points. A jab here, a palm strike there. Naruto dodged and weaved, but Niji was too fast, his Byakugan giving him a near 360-degree field of vision and the ability to see Naruto's internal chakra network. "It's useless," Niji said, pressing his attack. "I can see your every move. I can see your every weakness. I can see your future. And it ends with you, on the floor, defeated." Naruto managed to land a punch, but it was a feint. Niji allowed it to connect, grabbing Naruto's arm and spinning into his ultimate technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. It was a storm of pinpoint strikes. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8. 16. 32. 64. Each strike was a perfect, precise jab of chakra into one of Naruto's tenketsu, the nodes on his chakra pathway. Naruto felt it like a series of electric shocks, his energy flow being systematically shut down. The final strike sent him flying, and he crashed to the ground, unable to move. "It is over," Niji said, standing over him. "I have closed all 64 of your main tenketsu. You cannot mold a single drop of chakra. Your path has come to an end. This is fate." On the balcony, everyone was stunned. Lee was horrified. Kakashi's eye was narrowed in thought. Naruto lay on the ground, his body numb. He tried to push some chakra to his limbs, but Niji was right. It was like trying to send water through a blocked pipe. Nothing was moving. He could feel the vast reserves of his own power, and the infinite, raging ocean of Kurama's, but it was all trapped, locked behind 64 sealed gates. "He's right, you know," Kurama's voice rumbled in his head, dripping with sarcasm. "You should just give up. Fate, and all that. It's much easier than actually trying." "Shut up, Fox," Naruto thought back, gritting his teeth. He didn't need Kurama's power for this. He didn't need to blast the tenketsu open with raw, demonic force. That was the old way. He had a new tool. A better one. He closed his eyes, ignoring Niji's condescending speech about destiny. He went inward. He didn't look for his chakra. He looked with his new senses. For the first time, he consciously tried to see his own internal network. And he saw it. It was a beautiful, complex web of light, a river system of blue energy flowing through his entire body. But Niji had built dams. 64 of them. He could see the blockages, tiny, solid plugs of Niji's foreign chakra that were stopping the flow. But then he looked deeper. He saw the source. The wellspring of his own energy. And beside it, the vast, still, golden ocean of the sage's power. Niji had blocked the rivers, but he hadn't touched the ocean. "Okay, Kurama," Naruto thought, a slow grin spreading across his face. "You said to think smaller." He didn't try to flood the system. That would be messy and inefficient. He needed a key, not a sledgehammer. He reached out with his will and drew upon the tiniest sliver of that golden, primordial chakra. It wasn't a torrent. It was a single, perfect drop of light. He guided it. He sent it not at the first blockage, but to it. He let the golden energy touch the knot of Niji's chakra. The effect was instantaneous. The Hyuga chakra didn't resist. It just dissolved. It unraveled, breaking down into its base components and harmlessly dissipating. The dam was gone. The river flowed again. Naruto's eyes snapped open. He sent another drop of golden energy to the next blockage. And the next. One by one, in the space of a few seconds, he methodically and silently dismantled every single one of Niji's seals. It was an act of quiet, controlled creation, of restoration. It was the absolute antithesis of the gentle fist's destructive purpose. Naruto pushed himself up onto one knee, then slowly stood. The entire arena was silent. Niji's jaw was literally hanging open. His Byakugan was flared to its limit, staring at Naruto. He could see it. He could see Naruto's chakra network, which should have been completely shut down, now flowing perfectly, brighter and stronger than before. Impossible. Niji choked out, taking a step back. No one can recover from the 64 palms. I struck every one of your tenketsu. It is impossible. Naruto just smiled. It wasn't his usual loud, goofy grin. It was a small, calm, confident smile. You talk a lot about fate, he said, his voice carrying in the silent room. You say we can't change our destiny. Maybe you're right. He took a step forward. But if my destiny is to be a failure, then I'm gonna fight destiny with everything I've got. He could see it now. He could see Niji's chakra network perfectly. He could see the flow of energy to his Byakugan, the way he gathered chakra in his palms for his strikes. He could predict Niji's movements before he even made them. He vanished. He was using a simple body flicker, but his control was so much finer now. He appeared behind Niji. Niji whirled around, aiming a palm strike, but Naruto was already gone, appearing at his side. You're fast, Naruto said, his voice calm. But you're predictable. He didn't just attack. He used that subtle gravitational push, just a tiny bit, aimed at the floor right under Niji's feet. Niji's perfect Hyuga stance faltered for a fraction of a second as his balance was thrown off. It was all Naruto needed. He didn't use a flashy jutsu. He just drove his fist straight into Niji's stomach. It wasn't a chakra-infused super punch. It was just a solid, well-aimed hit that knocked the wind out of the Hyuga prodigy and sent him stumbling backwards. Niji looked up, his face a mixture of disbelief, fury, and for the first time, fear. This wasn't happening. The dead last, the failure, was outthinking him, outmaneuvering him. This is for Hinata, Naruto said. He formed a single-hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 clones popped into existence, surrounding Niji. Niji spun, lashing out with his gentle fist, but it was a frantic, desperate defense. The clones were just a distraction. The real Naruto came from above. He had used the clone's appearance as a screen to leap high into the air. As he fell, he focused on Niji below. He saw the threads of fate Niji was so trapped by, the cage of his clan's curse mark, the bitterness of his father's death. He saw the sad, angry boy underneath the arrogant prodigy. Naruto landed the final blow. An uppercut that snapped Niji's head back and sent him crashing to the floor, unconscious. The match was over. Silence. Then, the crowd erupted. Naruto stood over the fallen Hyuga, panting slightly. He hadn't won with a tailed beast power-up. He hadn't won with a secret, forbidden jutsu. He had won with insight, with control, and with a will that simply refused to accept the limitations others placed on him. On the balcony, Kakashi let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. This was a new Naruto. A terrifyingly competent, shockingly clear-headed Naruto. The boy was growing up, and he was growing into something the world had never seen before. Naruto looked down at Niji's unconscious form. He didn't feel triumphant. He just felt a little sad. He understood him now. And he knew that Niji's real fight, the one against the cage in his own mind, was just beginning. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, the prophecy re-examined. The buzz from the preliminaries didn't fade for days. It clung to the air in Konoha like the humidity of a summer storm about to break. Naruto wasn't just the deadlast anymore. He was the kid who beat the Hyuga prodigy. The whispers that followed him had changed again. The fear was still there, a low, background hum he was getting used to, but now it was mixed with a grudging, confused respect. He'd won, and he'd done it without turning into a giant red fox. For the villagers, that was a deeply unsettling, but undeniably impressive, turn of events. He spent most of the next day at the hospital, not for himself, but waiting for news on Sasuke and, surprisingly, checking in on Lee, who had been brutally beaten by Gaara. He saw Hinata in the hallway outside Niji's room, her hands clasped nervously in front of her, pacing back and forth. She was too scared to go in. "Hey," Naruto said, his voice softer than usual. Hinata jumped, letting out a little squeak. "And Naruto-kun. See, congratulations on your match." He could feel her anxiety, a frantic, fluttering energy like a trapped bird. But underneath it was a powerful wave of gratitude directed at him. "Thanks," he said, scratching the back of his head. "Look, about your cousin, what I said to him, in the ring. I meant it. That stuff about fate is garbage. You proved that when you fought him. You didn't give up." Hinata's face went from pale to beet red. "Oh, thank you. I was just trying to change myself. Like you do." He could feel the sincerity pouring off her. It was nice. Uncomplicated. "You should go talk to him," Naruto said, nodding towards the door. "He's probably awake by now. I think he needs to hear from you more than he needs to hear from me." He gave her a small smile and walked away, leaving her to gather her courage. He was getting better at this. At feeling the shape of people's hearts and knowing what they needed. It was a strange, quiet kind of power, completely different from making leaves out of thin air or pushing people around with invisible forces. His own mentor, Kakashi, was busy. Very busy. He was helping seal Sasuke's curse mark and was deep in meetings with the Hokage and the ANBU commander about Orochimaru. That meant for the month leading up to the final round of the exams, Team 7 was on a forced hiatus. Sasuke was recovering. Sakura was watching over Sasuke. And Naruto. Naruto was adrift. He spent his days training on his own, mostly trying to get a handle on his weird Tomoe, which he could now summon for a few seconds at a time if he really concentrated. The world would snap into terrifying clarity, every detail so sharp it almost hurt to look at. He could see the individual threads in a leaf from 50 feet away. He could see the flow of chakra in the birds flying overhead. It was incredible, but it gave him a massive headache. His nights were for Kurama. Again, the fox's voice boomed inside his mindscape. Naruto was standing waist-deep in the glowing water, sweat beading on his brow. In his hand, he held a perfect, solid stone. "It's a rock," Naruto said, panting. "I made a rock. It's perfect. It's even got a little mossy bit on one side." "It's a pathetic pebble," Kurama countered, unimpressed. "And it took you 10 minutes. Can you make 1,000 of them in a second? Can you make a wall of them strong enough to stop a bijou bomb? No. Then it's not perfect. It's a party trick. Now, try something more complex. Something with moving parts. A clock. A clock. I don't even know how a clock works." "Then imagine it. That's the whole point of Ein release, you idiot. If you can conceive of it, you can create it. Your imagination is the only limit. And right now, your imagination is about as vast as a puddle." Again. It was exhausting, thankless work, but he was making progress. He was starting to understand the balance. The stillness of Ein, the action of Yang. The form and the life. But he knew this wasn't enough. In the finals, he was scheduled to fight Niji again. He'd won the first time with a surprise and a philosophical victory, but Niji wasn't the type to be caught off guard twice. He would be training, adapting. Naruto needed a new jutsu. A real one. An ace up his sleeve. That's when he met him. Naruto was at a public bathhouse, trying to soak the ache out of his muscles after a particularly grueling session with Kurama. He was sitting in the hot spring, enjoying the steam, when he heard a giggle from over the bamboo fence that separated the men's and women's sides. He glanced up and saw a shock of white hair and two eyes peeking over the top. An old man, with red lines running down from his eyes, was unapologetically peeping. Naruto sighed. Some things were just a universal constant. He scooped up a bucket of water and was about to hurl it when a woman's shriek of "Perv" came from the other side, followed by the sound of a dozen buckets being thrown. The old man yelped and fell backwards off whatever he was standing on, landing with a heavy thud on the men's side. He sat up, groaning, a towel draped precariously around his waist. He was a big man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a large, strange scroll strapped to his back. He looked over at Naruto, who was just staring at him, and gave a hearty, unashamed laugh. Ah, the follies of youth and beauty. A man's gotta do his research, you know. For my novels, he declared, striking a dramatic pose. You're a weird old dude, Naruto said flatly. The man's eye twitched. I am not a weird old dude. I am a world-renowned author, a bon vivant, a traveler of the highest caliber. I am the gallant Jiraiya, the toad sage of Mount Myaboku. Put some respect on the name, kid. Naruto just blinked. The name sounded vaguely familiar, like something he'd heard the third Hokage mention once, a long time ago. But all he saw was a goofy, perverted old man. He was about to get up and leave when he felt it. The man's chakra. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't aggressive. It was just, immense. It was a vast, deep reservoir of power, calm and controlled, but bigger than anything Naruto had ever felt from a normal human, even the Hokage. This guy was a monster. So, you're a sage, huh? Naruto said, a slow grin spreading across his face. A super strong, pervy sage. They call me a Sannin for a reason, kid, Jiraiya said, puffing out his chest. One of the three greatest ninja of my generation. Naruto's grin widened. An idea, a brilliant, Naruto-esque idea, was forming in his mind. Hey, pervy sage. Stop calling me that. You're gonna train me for the Chunin exam finals. Naruto declared, pointing a finger at him. Jiraiya just laughed. Train you? Why would I waste my precious research time training some loudmouth brat? I'm a busy man. I've got hot springs to investigate, heroines to interview. Because if you don't, Naruto said, his grin turning mischievous, I'll tell everyone in the village, starting with the old man Hokage, that one of the legendary Sannin was peeping at the women's bath. Jiraiya froze. He looked at Naruto, then looked at the fence, then back at Naruto. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Getting chewed out by his old sensei was not high on his to-do list. You wouldn't. Try me, Naruto said, his eyes gleaming. Jiraiya sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. You're a manipulative little demon, you know that. He looked Naruto over again, really looked at him this time. The blonde hair, the blue eyes, the whiskers, the resemblance was uncanny. This was Minato's kid. Hiruzen had told him as much in his letters. And he was the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya had come back to the village partly to check up on him, and partly to investigate the rumors about Orochimaru's movements. Fine, he grumbled. Fine. I'll train you. But you've gotta show me you're worth my time. Meet me at the training grounds north of the village tomorrow at dawn. And don't be late. The next morning, Naruto was there before the sun had even crested the horizon. Jiraiya strolled up a few minutes later, yawning. Alright, kid, let's see what you've got, Jiraiya said, looking bored. Kakashi's taught you the basics, I assume. Let's start with chakra control. Walk on water. He gestured to a nearby river. Naruto had practiced this before with Kakashi, but it had always been a struggle. It required a constant, precise output of chakra from the soles of his feet, something he, with his massive reserves, had always found difficult. But that was before. He walked to the river's edge. He didn't just pump chakra to his feet. He closed his eyes for a second, feeling the surface tension of the water, the way the current flowed. He felt the subtle push and pull of the river itself. Then, he adjusted his own chakra output to match it, to harmonize with it. He wasn't forcing himself to stand on the water, he was asking the water to hold him up. He took a step. His foot landed on the surface of the river with a soft slap, but he didn't sink. He took another step, then another. He walked out to the middle of the river and stood there, perfectly balanced, the water rippling gently around his ankles. Jiraiya's eyebrows shot up. Ha! Not bad. Most kids take weeks to get that down. You must have worked on this a lot with Kakashi. Something like that, Naruto said with a shrug. Alright, smart guy. Let's try something else. Jiraiya made a few hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. In a huge puff of smoke, a massive toad appeared, the size of a small building, with a pipe in its mouth and a tanto strapped to its side. This was Gamabunta, the chief toad. Jiraiya. Why have you summoned me? The toad's voice boomed, shaking the trees. I was in the middle of a very important nap. Hey, Bunta, sorry to bother you, Jiraiya said casually. I just need your help teaching this brat a lesson. He pointed at Naruto. Kid, the summoning jutsu is about making a contract with an animal species and calling them to your side in battle. But you need a massive amount of chakra and perfect control to do it. Let's see if you can even summon a tadpole. Jiraiya unrolled a large contract scroll. He had Naruto sign his name in blood, then showed him the sequence of hand signs. Alright, give it a shot. Naruto went through the seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. He bit his thumb, drew blood, and slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. There was a pathetic little poof. Lying on the ground was a tiny, orange tadpole with legs. It wriggled once, then lay still. Gamabunta let out a deafening laugh. Ahahaha. Is that the best he can do? He's more pathetic than you were, Jiraiya. Jiraiya sighed. Just as I thought. Your control is good for your level, but your output is pitiful. You're not using enough chakra. Naruto scowled. He knew what the problem was. He was subconsciously holding back. He was used to his own chakra, but the Nine-Tails power was a different story. He'd never tried to consciously draw on it for a jutsu before. It was always a last resort, an explosion of rage. He's right, you know, Kurama's voice muttered in his head. You're trying to use a thimble to empty an ocean. Just let a little of my chakra mix with yours. Don't be a coward. I'm not a coward. Naruto shot back. I just don't want to blow up the whole forest. Then control it, Kurama said simply. Jiraiya was watching him, a strange look on his face. You're afraid of your own power, aren't you, kid? That seal on your stomach, it's not just a cage for the fox. It's a cage for you, too. You're afraid that if you draw on that power, you'll lose control. That you'll become the monster everyone thinks you are. Naruto flinched. The old man saw right through him. You can't master a jutsu like this by holding back, Jiraiya said, his voice serious now. You have to go all in. Or don't bother trying at all. Naruto looked at his hand, then at the smirking toad sage. He took a deep breath. Okay, fox. Just a little. He felt it then, a surge of hot, violent red chakra, mixing with his own blue. It was like pouring gasoline on a fire. It burned, but it was intoxicating. He went through the seals again, faster this time, more confident. He slammed his hand on the ground, pouring every ounce of this new, amplified energy into the jutsu. Summoning jutsu. The ground shook. The air crackled. The puff of smoke wasn't a puff, it was a detonation. When it cleared, Naruto was gone. Oh, Jiraiya said. Too much chakra. He reverse summoned himself to Mount Mayaboku. And without me there to vouch for him, well, this should be interesting. He dismissed the still laughing Gamabunta and sat down to wait. Hours later, there was another massive explosion of smoke, and Naruto came tumbling out of it, covered in scratches, his clothes torn, and reeking of toad oil. He looked exhausted, but he was grinning from ear to ear. That was awesome, he panted, collapsing on the ground. I met the great toad sage. He gave me this weird prophecy about a child of destiny, and then I had to fight a giant three-headed snake, and the toads are all super cool, and, whoa, slow down, Jiraiya said, holding up a hand, though his eyes were wide with surprise. The chief elder had given him a prophecy? That was unheard of. Save the stories for later. The point is, you get it now. You need to use more power. But that jutsu is too big for you to use in the exam. You need something else. Something you can use on a human opponent. Jiraiya stood up and walked over to an old, gnarled tree. He held out his right hand. Chakra began to swirl in his palm, rotating at an incredible speed, coalescing into a perfect, spinning sphere of pure energy. It whirred like 1,000 angry hornets. This is the Rasengan, he said, his voice filled with pride. An A-rank jutsu, created by the fourth Hokage himself. It's the pinnacle of shape manipulation. No hand signs required. Pure, destructive power in the palm of your hand. He slammed the sphere into the tree. The impact was devastating. It didn't just break the trunk, it gouged a massive, spiraling hole through it, sending splinters and chunks of wood flying everywhere. The tree groaned and fell with a deafening crash. Naruto stared, his mouth hanging open. That was the coolest thing he had ever seen. Teach me that. You have to teach me that. Jiraiya grinned. This is a jutsu that took the fourth Hokage, a once-in-a-generation genius, 3 years to create. It'll take you a lifetime to master. He tossed Naruto a water balloon. Your training starts now. Step 1, rotation. Pop this balloon. With just your chakra. This was the beginning of the most frustrating day of Naruto's life. He spent hours trying to spin the chakra in his palm, trying to make the water inside the balloon swirl and burst. He tried pushing harder, tried focusing, but all he managed to do was make the balloon bulge weirdly or shoot out of his hand. You're not getting it, Jiraiya said, shaking his head as he scribbled in a little notebook. Naruto was pretty sure he was just writing down ideas for his pervy novels. You're trying to push the chakra in one direction. You need to make it flow in multiple directions at once, creating a vortex. Think of it like a typhoon in your hand. A typhoon. A vortex. Naruto closed his eyes. He knew this. Kurama had been drilling him on it for weeks. Yin and yang. Form and flow. You're still thinking like a ninja, he told himself. Stop trying to follow the steps. He held the balloon in his palm. He didn't try to force the chakra. He opened his senses. He felt the thin latex skin of the balloon. He felt the dead weight of the water inside. He created a yin construct in his mind, not of the Rasengan itself, but of the concept of rotation. A perfect, multidirectional spin. Then, he let his yang energy, his chakra, flow into that construct, not pushing it, but allowing it to follow the path he had imagined. The water inside the balloon began to swirl. Slowly at first, then faster and faster. It wasn't a chaotic sloshing, it was a perfect, contained vortex. The balloon strained, stretched, and then, pop, it exploded, drenching him in water. Jiraiya's head snapped up from his notes, his eyes wide. No way. You did it? It's not even lunchtime. Naruto was grinning, soaked but triumphant. What's next, pervy sage? Jiraiya stared at him, a flicker of disbelief on his face. He tossed him a solid rubber ball. Step 2, power. Do the same thing, but this time, you need to burst this. The amount of power required is 100 times greater. This was harder. The rubber ball didn't have water to swirl. It was just dense matter. Naruto had to focus his rotating chakra into a single, piercing point of pressure. He tried for hours. He managed to make the ball smoke, to gouge little spiral marks into its surface, but he couldn't pop it. He was running on fumes, his chakra reserves, huge as they were, starting to feel the strain. You're lacking focus, Jiraiya observed. The rotation is there, but the power is too diffuse. You need to concentrate it all into a single point. Imagine you're trying to drill a hole through a mountain with a needle. Focus. A single point. Naruto thought about the bridge. The subtle, gravitational push he'd used to shatter Haku's mirrors. It wasn't a blast of energy, it was a focused application of will. He held the rubber ball, his hand trembling with exhaustion. He formed the rotation, the tiny typhoon in his palm. But this time, he added another layer. A concept. A single, focused point of pressure. A mental push at the center of the vortex. There was a high-pitched whine. The rubber ball dented, then tore. A loud bang echoed through the training ground as the ball exploded into 100 shredded pieces of black rubber. Jiraiya dropped his notebook. Holy, shinobi, gods, he whispered. The kid, he did it again. In a few hours. He looked at Naruto, who was now panting, leaning against a tree for support. This wasn't just raw talent. This wasn't just the Nine Tails. This was something else. The kid was a prodigy on a level that dwarfed even Minato. It was unnatural. All right, kid, Jiraiya said, his voice a little shaky. Last step. The hardest one. Combine the rotation and the power, and maintain the shape without a balloon or a ball to contain it. The ultimate test of control. Naruto knew this was the final hurdle. He held out his hand, his chakra coils screaming in protest. He tried to form the sphere. He could get the rotation, he could get the power, but the moment he tried to combine them, the chakra would flare out of control, dissipating into nothing. It was like trying to hold a hurricane in a teacup. It's not working. Naruto grunted, sweat pouring down his face. I can't hold it together. This is the step that stumps everyone, Jiraiya said, regaining his composure. You have to maintain a perfect balance. Too much power, and it explodes. Too much rotation, and it flies apart. It has to be perfect. Naruto gritted his teeth. Balance. Yin and yang. Stillness and action. He could hear Kurama's condescending voice in his head. He had to do this. He had to prove to Neji, to Sasuke, to everyone, that he wasn't a failure. He focused everything he had left. He brought all his senses, his normal ones and his new, weird ones, to bear on the chakra in his palm. He spun it. He compressed it. He tried to form the perfect Yin shell around the raging yang vortex. For a second, he had it. A small, unstable, but visible sphere of blue chakra was crackling in his hand. The Rasengan. But he was too tired. His focus wavered for a fraction of a second. The Yin shell, the container, collapsed. The compressed, hyper-rotating yang energy had nowhere to go. The explosion was not large, but it was incredibly violent. It was directed straight back into Naruto's own hand and arm. He didn't even have time to scream. The force of the blast threw him backwards 10 feet. He landed in a heap, his entire right arm a mangled, bloody mess. The skin was gone, the muscles were shredded, and the bones were shattered into splinters. His orange sleeve was just a collection of smoking, blood-soaked rags. It wasn't an arm anymore. It was just ruin. Naruto! Jiraiya screamed, his pervy sage persona vanishing in an instant, replaced by the hardened Sannin. He was at Naruto's side in a flash, his hands already glowing with the green light of medical ninjutsu. Naruto was conscious, his body in shock, his eyes wide with pain and disbelief as he stared at what was left of his arm. The pain was just starting to register, a white-hot, mind-breaking agony that threatened to swallow him whole. Jiraiya's face was pale. The damage was catastrophic. The chakra network in that arm was not just damaged, it was annihilated. It was shredded beyond repair. Even with Tsunade's legendary healing, the best-case scenario was that Naruto would never use that arm again. He'd never mold chakra with that hand, never form a seal, never throw a punch. His life as a shinobi was over. And if the bleeding couldn't be stopped, his life, period, would be over in minutes. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Jiraiya cursed, pouring his own chakra into the wound, trying to staunch the bleeding, trying to hold the shredded tissues together. I pushed him too hard. What was I thinking? Naruto gasped, his vision starting to go black around the edges. He could feel his life slipping away. The pain was too much. The blood loss was too much. This was it. This was worse than the bridge. And just like on the bridge, the hum in his soul roared to life. The serene, ancient consciousness that lay dormant within him awoke to the immediate, mortal threat. Jiraiya was still frantically trying to heal the unhealable when it began. A faint, golden light started to glow from the center of Naruto's chest. It spread outwards, a warm, gentle wave of energy that pushed Jiraiya's green medical chakra away. What is this? Jiraiya whispered, his hands hovering over Naruto's body in disbelief. The golden light intensified, enveloping Naruto in a radiant cocoon. It wasn't the violent, explosive light that had repelled Orochimaru. This was calm, creative, and utterly divine. The mangled ruin of Naruto's right arm began to change. Jiraiya watched, his Sannin-trained eyes not believing what they were seeing. The shredded muscle and tissue didn't stitch themselves back together. They dissolved into particles of golden light. The shattered bone fragments did the same. The entire arm, from the shoulder down, unmade itself, breaking down into its fundamental components of life energy. And then, from the stump of his shoulder, a new arm began to grow. It wasn't healing. It was creation. Tendons of pure golden light wove themselves into existence. Muscles formed around them, shimmering with divine energy. A perfect, new set of bones grew in an instant. A flawless network of chakra pathways, glowing with a brilliant blue light, spread through the new limb. Finally, skin, smooth and unblemished, grew over the whole thing, leaving not a single scar. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The golden light faded. Naruto's right arm was completely restored. It was perfect. More than perfect. It looked stronger, cleaner, than it had before. He flexed his new fingers, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain, exhaustion, and profound awe. Jiraiya had stumbled backwards, and was now sitting on the ground, his mouth open, his mind completely and utterly broken. He had seen it all in his long life. He had fought in wars, he had battled gods among shinobi like Hanzo the Salamander, he had trained the Yellow Flash. He understood the limits of what was possible with chakra. And what he had just witnessed was not possible. It was a miracle. A literal, divine act of creation. The words of the great Toad Sage, spoken to him decades ago, echoed in his mind with the force of a thunderclap. A child of prophecy will be your student, he will bring about a great revolution, a choice that will bring either destruction or salvation to the world of shinobi. Jiraiya had always assumed it meant the student would be powerful. That they would master the Rasengan, or the summoning jutsu, or sage mode. That they would become a great Hokage who would change the world through politics and strength. He had thought it might be Minato. After Minato's death, he'd given up hope. But now he understood. He looked at Naruto, who was slowly sitting up, his new arm glowing with a faint residual light. He remembered Kakashi's frantic report after the Land of Waves mission. A vision of a man with Rinnegan eyes. The power to erase a man from existence. Now, this. The power to create flesh from light. The prophecy wasn't about a great ninja. It wasn't about a Hokage. The revolution the Elder Toad had spoken of was far more fundamental. This boy wasn't just the container of the Nine Tails. He wasn't just Minato's legacy. He was something more. You. Jiraiya breathed, his voice filled with an awe that bordered on terror. The prophecy, it's not a metaphor, is it? My child, who are you? Naruto looked at his new arm, then at his shell-shocked teacher. He didn't have all the answers. But for the first time, he had some of them. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he said, his voice tired but clear. And I think I'm the guy who is supposed to fix all of this. The old, easygoing dynamic between them was gone, shattered like Naruto's old arm. Jiraiya was no longer looking at a student. He was looking at his destiny. At the world's destiny. And it was a 12-year-old kid in a tattered orange jumpsuit. Naruto pushed himself to his feet. He was exhausted, drained on a level he had never experienced before, but he wasn't done. He turned to the other standing tree, the one that wasn't a splintered wreck. One more time, he said, his voice quiet but firm. He formed a single-hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Another Naruto popped into existence beside him. What are you doing? Jiraiya asked, slowly getting to his feet, his mind still reeling. I figured it out, Naruto said. The problem. It's too much to do with one person. I can't do the shape manipulation and the nature manipulation at the same time. He looked at his clone. You handle the shape. Make the shell. I'll handle the power. I'll pour the vortex into it. The clone nodded, holding its hands out in a cup. The real Naruto placed his hand over the clone's. The clone focused on the yin, creating the perfect, stable sphere of containment. Naruto focused on the yang, pouring the raging, rotating power into that shell. It worked. A perfect, stable, intensely powerful sphere of whirring blue chakra formed between their hands. The Rasengan. Complete. Naruto grinned, a tired, weary, but triumphant grin. He had done it. He had mastered an A-rank jutsu in a single day. He had lost an arm and created a new one. And he had changed the world for one legendary Sannin, forever. The Chunin exam finals were in a month. And he was ready. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Sage Descends. The month leading up to the final round of the Chunin exams was a blur of intense training, philosophical debates with a giant fox, and more ramen than any doctor would recommend. Naruto felt like he was living two lives. By day, he was Naruto Uzumaki, the loudmouth genin who had somehow lucked his way into the finals. He'd show up for his training with Jiraiya, get called a brat 100 times, and work on the Rasengan until his chakra was practically leaking out of his ears. But by night, he was something else. He was the student of Kurama, the heir to Hagoromo, a kid trying to understand a power that could literally unmake reality. The dichotomy was giving him a headache that no amount of sleep could cure. The day of the finals arrived with a blistering, oppressive heat. The stands of the massive arena were packed to the rafters. Civilians, shinobi from every nation, and even the feudal lords were here to watch a bunch of kids try to kill each other for a promotion. The air was electric with anticipation. Naruto stood in the waiting area with the other finalists. Shikamaru was complaining about how much of a drag the whole thing was. Shino was silently communing with his bugs. Kenkuro was fiddling with the bandages on the massive puppet strapped to his back. And Sasuke was there, leaning against a wall, radiating an aura of cold, focused arrogance. The cursed seal on his neck was hidden by his high-collared shirt, but Naruto could feel it, a faint, ugly buzz of corrupt chakra that Kakashi's sealing jutsu was barely containing. He and Sasuke hadn't really spoken since the preliminaries. A new, tense chasm had opened between them. It wasn't just rivalry anymore. It was something deeper, something ideological. It was the echo of Indra and Ashura, and Naruto hated it. Gaara was there too, of course. He stood in a corner by himself, his arms crossed, his eyes wide and unblinking. His killing intent was a palpable thing, a physical pressure that made the air around him feel thick and cold. Most of the other genin were giving him a wide berth. Naruto just looked at him and felt a familiar pang of sadness. He could feel the turmoil inside the Sand Nin. The screaming, desperate loneliness. The ravenous hunger of the beast within. It was a dark, twisted mirror of his own life. The first match was announced, Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. A huge roar went up from the crowd. The rematch everyone wanted to see. The Hyuga prodigy versus the unpredictable Deadlast. Neji was already on the arena floor, his expression as cold and severe as ever. But Naruto could feel the difference. The suffocating certainty of fate was gone from his chakra. It had been replaced by a confused, frustrated energy. Hinata must have gotten through to him. Good. Naruto walked out onto the sun-baked field, the roar of the crowd washing over him. He felt a weird sense of calm. He wasn't nervous. He wasn't even particularly excited. He just felt ready. The proctor, Genma, a guy with a senbon permanently stuck in his mouth, gave them the rundown. Alright, you two know the rules. The match ends when one of you dies, is incapacitated, or admits defeat. Now, begin. Neji didn't waste a second. He shot forward, his Byakugan already blazing. I will not make the same mistake twice, he said, his voice sharp. I don't know what trick you used to escape my gentle fist last time, but it won't work again. This time, I will crush you completely. He was faster than before, his movements more aggressive. He wasn't just aiming for tenketsu points, he was aiming to break bones. Naruto moved, dodging, parrying, weaving through the storm of precise palm strikes. To the crowd, it looked like he was on the defensive, being pushed back by the superior Hyuga style. But Naruto was just watching. Listening. He could see it all perfectly. The flow of chakra through Neji's body. The tensing of his muscles a microsecond before he launched an attack. With his enhanced senses, Neji wasn't a blur of motion. He was a series of perfectly predictable equations. You're just running, Neji sneered, pressing the attack. Is that all you have? You spoke of changing destiny, but you can't even land a single blow. I'm just waiting for an opening, Naruto said calmly. He saw it a moment later. Neji overextended on a palm thrust, his balance shifting forward for a fraction of a second. It was an opening so small, most jonin would have missed it. For Naruto, it was as wide as the village gates. He didn't dodge back. He moved in. He ducked under Neji's arm, his own body a blur of orange. He wasn't going for a punch or a kick. He didn't need to. He just tapped Neji's forward leg, right behind the knee, with 2 fingers. It wasn't a gentle fist strike. There was no chakra involved. It was just a perfectly timed, perfectly placed physical tap that disrupted Neji's momentum and shattered his stance. Neji stumbled, his eyes wide with shock. He had never been so easily thrown off balance in his entire life. In that moment of instability, Naruto acted. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 clones appeared. 2 grabbed Neji's arms, the other 2 grabbed his legs, holding him immobile. It was a simple, brutish tactic, but against the graceful Hyuga style, it was brutally effective. What is this? Neji yelled, struggling against their grip. The real Naruto stood in front of him, his expression serious. "Sorry about this, Niji," he said. He held out his right hand. Chakra began to swirl, a high-pitched whine filling the air. He didn't need a clone's help anymore. In the past month, Jiraiya had drilled him relentlessly. He could now form the Rasengan on his own, with one hand. A perfect, stable, spinning sphere of destruction. But I need to end this now. Things are about to get really messy. He drove the Rasengan forward, aiming for Niji's chest. The Hyuga prodigy's eyes went wide with terror. He had no defense. He was about to be obliterated. At the last possible second, Naruto shifted his aim. The Rasengan didn't hit Niji's body. It slammed into the ground right in front of his feet. The impact was cataclysmic. The ground exploded. A massive crater was gouged out of the arena floor, sending a tidal wave of dirt and rock flying into the air. The shockwave alone was enough to blast the 4 clones away and send Niji tumbling backwards, dazed and deafened. The entire stadium was silent. The dust settled, revealing a 10-foot wide crater and a completely unharmed Niji, who was staring at Naruto with a mixture of terror and utter confusion. Naruto stood on the other side of the crater, his hands still tingling. "I win," he said, his voice carrying in the dead silence. "You can't fight. The ground is too unstable. And I could have hit you, but I didn't. That's my choice. Not fate." Niji just stared at him, speechless. He had been so utterly, completely outclassed. The Deadlast hadn't just beaten him. He had shown him mercy. He had made a point. Genma, the proctor, looked at the crater, then at the stunned Niji, then back at Naruto. He slowly raised his hand. "Winner, by forfeit. Naruto Uzumaki." The crowd went insane. It was the most anticlimactic, yet somehow most incredible, end to a match they had ever seen. As Naruto walked off the field, he passed Shikamaru, who was on his way up for his match against Temari. "Man," Shikamaru said, shaking his head. "You are just one big drag." Naruto grinned. "Good luck." He felt a strange sense of foreboding. He hadn't just ended the match quickly because he could. He'd ended it because he could feel something coming. The air in the stadium was wrong. Tense. And the silver-haired genin with the glasses, Kabuto, who was supposed to fight, had forfeited his match. He was somewhere in the crowd now, and his chakra felt sharp. Ready. He took his place in the stands just as Sasuke's match against Gaara was about to begin. Sasuke appeared on the field in a swirl of leaves, a classic Kakashi entrance. He looked different. His movements were sharper, his chakra felt more refined. Kakashi had clearly been working him hard. The match began. It was a storm of black fire and swirling sand. Sasuke was incredibly fast, a blur of motion thanks to his new Chidori-amped speed, a technique Naruto could see was just a less refined, lightning-based version of the Rasengan. He was actually pushing Gaara back, a feat no one had thought possible. He managed to crack Gaara's armor of sand, drawing blood for the first time in the Sand Nin's life. And that's when things went sideways. Fast. Gaara screamed, a high, unearthly sound of pain and rage. He clutched his head, his sand swirling around him in a violent vortex. "My blood! It's my blood!" Suddenly, from the stands where the Kazekage was sitting, a signal was given. White feathers began to fall from the sky, a massive sleeping genjutsu. Naruto felt the chakra wash over the stadium, but he just shrugged it off. The sage's energy in him acted like a perfect firewall, instantly dispelling any foreign influence. He looked around. Most of the civilians were slumping over, asleep. The shinobi were fighting it, dispelling the jutsu. And then the sound came. A deep, concussive boom. The wall of the stadium exploded inwards. Dozens of sound and sand ninja poured in. From the Kage box, the Kazekage stood up and attacked the third Hokage. But it wasn't the Kazekage. It was Orochimaru in disguise. The Konoha crush had begun. It was chaos. A total mess. Shinobi were clashing everywhere. Kakashi and Guy were back-to-back, fighting off a horde of sound jonin. The ANBU were engaging Orochimaru on the rooftop. And on the field, Gaara was losing it. His body was twisting, contorting. Sand was covering him, reshaping him. A massive, clawed arm made of sand erupted from his back. He wasn't human anymore. He was becoming the beast. Temari and Kankuro appeared at his side, grabbing him and trying to flee the arena. The plan's been compromised. We have to retreat. Kankuro yelled. Sasuke, obsessed with finishing his fight, went after them. Naruto. Kakashi yelled from across the stadium. Go. Form a team with Sakura and Shikamaru. Pursue Sasuke and the Sand siblings. It's your first A-rank mission. Naruto didn't hesitate. He found Sakura, who had dispelled the Genjutsu, and together they woke up Shikamaru. With Kakashi's ninja hound, Pakken, leading the way, they took off after them, leaping across the rooftops of a village that had suddenly become a war zone. They caught up to them in the forest outside the village. What followed was a series of brutal, mismatched fights. Shikamaru stayed behind to fight. A group of sound ninja, using his shadow possession to trap them, buying time for the others. Sakura was left to stand guard over Sasuke, who had been easily defeated by Gaara and was now pinned to a tree. Naruto finally faced Gaara. The Sand Nin was perched on a high branch, his body half transformed into a grotesque, sand-colored creature with a long tail and yellow, slitted eyes. He was giggling, a horrible, broken sound. I've been waiting for you, Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara hissed. Mother told me your blood will be the most delicious. Just stop this, Gaara. Naruto yelled. This is insane. Your own village is attacking. Why are you doing this? Because it's fun. Gaara screamed. Because killing is the only way I know I'm alive. The only reason for my existence. The fight was brutal. Naruto used his shadow clones, hundreds of them, to launch an all-out assault. But Gaara's sand defenses were absolute. He was a perfect killing machine, his sand shielding him and attacking at the same time. Naruto was getting battered, thrown around, his clones dispelled by the dozen. He finally got close enough to land a solid punch, but it wasn't enough. Gaara just laughed, his transformation proceeding. He was getting bigger, more monstrous. He swatted Naruto away with a massive sand claw, sending him crashing through a dozen trees. Naruto lay in a heap, bruised and bleeding. He was out of ideas. His normal tricks weren't working. He could feel Sasuke's chakra flickering, Sakura's terror. He could feel the village behind him, burning. He had failed. He had all this power, all this knowledge from Kurama, and he was still just a useless kid who couldn't protect anyone. Is this it? Gaara's voice echoed through the forest. He was now a massive, 50-foot-tall tanuki made of sand. Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, fully unleashed. Is this all the great Naruto Uzumaki has to offer? Pathetic. Shikaku raised a clawed hand, preparing to bring it down and crush Sakura and Sasuke. Time slowed down. Naruto saw it happening. He saw Sakura's terrified face, Sasuke's unconscious form. His promise to her. His rivalry. The echo of Indra and Ashura. The cycle of hatred, about to repeat itself again, with his failure as the catalyst. No. The thought wasn't a shout. It was a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through his entire being. No. I will not allow it. It wasn't his voice. It was the other one. The ancient one. The serene one. The part of him that had created an arm from light. The part of him that had been sleeping, waiting. The world went white. He wasn't in the forest anymore. He was back in the void. That endless, peaceful space of pure consciousness. And the man with the Rinnegan eyes was standing before him again. But this time, he wasn't a fleeting vision. He was solid. Real. He looked at Naruto, not with pity, but with a profound, fatherly love. "You have done well, my child," Hagoromo's voice filled his mind. It wasn't sound. It was pure understanding. "You have learned to listen. You have learned to balance. You have touched the edges of the power that is your birthright. But the time for learning is over. The time for being is now." Naruto just stared, overwhelmed. Who are you?" "Really?" "I am you," the sage said simply. "And you are me. We are the inheritor of a will that has stretched across 1,000 years. A will to break the cycle of hatred my sons began. A will to save the world from the shadow of my mother." Visions flooded Naruto's mind, not as fragmented dreams, but as crystal-clear memories. He saw Hagoromo and his brother, Hamura, battling the Ten Tails, their mother Kaguya. He felt the agony of sealing his own mother away. He felt the sorrow of creating the tailed beasts and sending them out into the world, knowing they would be feared and hated. He felt the heartbreak of watching his own sons, Indra and Ashura, turn against each other, setting in motion a cascade of violence that had never ended. He felt the weight of it all. A millennium of failure. A millennium of hope. "My power is your power," Hagoromo continued. "My knowledge is your knowledge. You have been looking at the world through a keyhole. It is time to open the door. Accept it. Accept who you are. Not the Jinchuriki. Not the reincarnation of Ashura. You are my successor. You are the sage of this new age." Naruto felt a choice being laid before him. He could refuse. He could remain Naruto Uzumaki, the kid who wanted to be Hokage. Or he could accept this burden. This cosmic responsibility. He thought of his friends. He thought of the village. He thought of Gaara, another victim of this endless cycle of pain. There was no choice at all. "I accept," Naruto said, his voice ringing with a newfound certainty. Hagoromo smiled, a sad, ancient, and profoundly proud smile. He reached out and touched Naruto's forehead with 2 fingers. "Then wake up." The white void shattered. Back in the real world, Shikaku's massive sand claw was descending. Sakura screamed, shielding Sasuke with her own body. This was the end. And then the claw just stopped. It froze in midair, inches from them, held in place by an unseen force. The wind died. The sounds of the forest vanished. A profound, absolute silence fell over the battlefield. Shikaku grunted, trying to force its arm down, but it wouldn't move. It was like it was encased in concrete. "What is this? Who dares?" the beast's voice boomed. Everyone looked towards Naruto. He was floating. He was hovering a few feet off the ground, his body ramrod straight, his arms crossed. The bruises and cuts were gone. His tattered orange jumpsuit was pristine. A calm, golden aura of pure, condensed life energy surrounded him, not in a wild flare, but in a controlled, shimmering cloak that gently billowed as if in a light breeze. His hair was upswept, looking like 2 horns. His eyes were closed. Behind him, 9 black spheres, each the size of a fist, had materialized from nothing. They hovered in a perfect halo behind his back, silent and ominous. They were truth-seeking orbs, the ultimate defense and offense, forged from all 5 nature transformations and yin-yang release. "Naruto." Sakura whispered, her voice trembling with awe and fear. Naruto opened his eyes. They were no longer blue. His right eye was a brilliant gold, the pupil a cross between a slit and a tomo. 6 paths senjutsu. His left eye, his left eye was pale, ethereal lavender. And spreading out from the pupil were the concentric circles of the Rinnegan. He looked at the giant sand tanuki, and he didn't see a monster. He saw a broken child, Kurama's youngest, most traumatized sibling, lashing out in pain. And trapped deep inside, he could feel Gaara's soul, whimpering like a lost puppy. "That is enough, Shikaku," Naruto said. His voice was calm, but it held the weight of 1,000 years. It echoed, not with volume, but with an absolute, undeniable authority. "You dare command me, human?" Shikaku roared, enraged. It tried to launch a volley of sand bullets from its mouth, but its jaw wouldn't open. Its entire body was locked in place by an invisible, irresistible gravitational force. Naruto floated towards the giant beast, his movements slow and deliberate. He didn't look like he was preparing for a fight. He looked like a doctor approaching a sick patient. He raised his right hand. The human path. He didn't need to touch Shikaku. He could feel Gaara's consciousness inside, a tiny flickering candle in a hurricane of sand and rage. He reached out with his will, his own soul passing through the sand, through the demonic chakra, and touching that tiny, flickering light. Suddenly, Gaara was no longer in the driver's seat of a monster. He was in a quiet, white space, and Naruto was standing in front of him. "What, where am I?" Gaara asked, his voice small, confused. "You're in your own heart," Naruto said gently. "And it's time to stop hiding." "You don't understand," Gaara whispered, clutching his head. "The loneliness, the pain, if I stop fighting, it will consume me." "I do understand," Naruto said. He reached out and placed a hand on Gaara's shoulder. And with that touch, he shared everything. He showed Gaara his own life. The glares of the villagers. The whispers. The swing set. The crushing, suffocating loneliness. The desperate craving for acknowledgement. The joy of finding friends. The pain of almost losing them. He showed Gaara that he was not alone. That they were the same. Tears, for the first time in his life, streamed down Gaara's face. Not tears of pain or rage. Tears of relief. You're like me. "We are," Naruto said. "But we don't have to be monsters. We can protect the people precious to us. That can be our reason for living." He pulled his consciousness back. In the real world, the effect was immediate. Shikaku's sand form began to crumble. The rage holding it together was gone, replaced by Gaara's exhausted, emotionally drained will. The massive sand monster began to disintegrate, pouring back down to the forest floor in a silent, sandy cascade. Soon, all that was left was Gaara, unconscious, his body free of the sand armor, lying in a heap on the ground. Naruto floated down, landing silently beside him. He looked over at Sakura and the still unconscious Sasuke. They were safe. The immediate threat was over. He turned his head, his Rinnegan eye gazing back towards the village. The invasion was still raging. On the roof of the stadium, the barrier was still up. The third Hokage was still fighting for his life. "I'm not done yet," he whispered. He pushed off the ground, flying into the air. Not with a leap, but with true, controlled flight. He shot towards the village, a golden comet with a halo of black spheres. The shinobi on the battlefield, friend and foe alike, stopped fighting and stared as he streaked across the sky. He arrived at the stadium in seconds, hovering high above the purple barrier. Where Hiruzen was fighting Orochimaru. He could see them inside, two legendary figures locked in a desperate battle. He could feel the old Hokage's life force fading, the Reaper death seal already in progress. Naruto raised a hand. The Deva path. Shinra Tensei. He didn't say it with a yell. It was a quiet statement. But the force it unleashed was absolute. He didn't target the whole barrier. He targeted the four sound ninja maintaining it at the corners. For focused, invisible blasts of gravitational force, each one perfectly aimed, struck the sound force simultaneously. They were blasted away from their positions, and the impenetrable purple barrier flickered and died. Orochimaru and Hiruzen, in the middle of their life-and-death struggle, both looked up in shock as the sky opened up above them. They saw him. A boy wreathed in golden flame, with the eyes of a god, floating in the sky. Orochimaru's face, which had been twisted in a victorious sneer, contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. He had felt this power once before, in the forest. But this was on a different scale entirely. This wasn't a fluke. This wasn't an accident. This was ascension. It can't be. Orochimaru hissed, his voice trembling. The Rinnegan. It's not a myth. Naruto descended slowly, his feet touching down on the rooftop in front of his Hokage. He looked at the old man, his body weak, the specter of the Shinigami behind him. He reached out with one of his truth-seeking orbs, shaping it into a long, black staff, and used it to gently touch the Hokage's shoulder. The golden, life-giving energy flowed into Hiruzen. The old man gasped as strength returned to his limbs, the spectral form of the Reaper wavering. Naruto then turned his gaze to Orochimaru. He didn't glare. He didn't look angry. He just looked disappointed. Like a father looking at a child who had made a terrible, terrible mistake. It is over, Orochimaru, Naruto said, his voice calm and final. You will leave. Now. It wasn't a threat. It was a divine decree. And Orochimaru, the snake Sannin, the immortal seeker of power, for the first time in his very long life, knew true fear. He knew he was standing before a power so far beyond his own that resistance wasn't just futile, it was laughable. He backed away, grabbed his two reanimated Hokage puppets, and fled, disappearing over the rooftops without a single backward glance. The invasion wasn't over, but its head had been cut off. The leader was gone. Their trump card, the one-tailed beast, was defeated. The remaining Sound and Sand Ninja felt the shift in the battle, the loss of morale. The tide had turned. Naruto stood on the roof, the golden aura slowly fading, the black orb still hovering behind him. The third Hokage stared at him, his old eyes wide with 1,000 questions. The entire village, or what was left of it, had just witnessed a boy they had scorned and feared become their savior. Not as a ninja. But as something else entirely. A god who had descended to end their war. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, A God Among Shinobi. The silence on the rooftop was heavier than any sound. It was a vacuum, left behind by the utter annihilation of a battle that should have leveled half the village. Orochimaru was gone, a bad dream that had fled before the dawn. The purple barrier had evaporated. The reanimated Hokage were dust and paper tags. And in the middle of it all stood Naruto, the golden light of his sage cloak fading like a dying ember, the 9 black orbs behind him slowly dissolving into nothingness. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, the god of shinobi, leaned heavily on the shattered tiles, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. The spectral claws of the Shinigami were gone, the cold dread of the Reaper death seal receding from his soul, but he felt 100 years old. He stared at the boy in front of him. The boy he had watched grow up, the pariah, the prankster, the vessel of the village's greatest fear. And he didn't recognize him at all. The horns of hair settled back into their familiar spiky mess. The cross-slitted golden eye and the lavender Rinnegan bled back into a normal, familiar, cerulean blue. The immense, world-altering pressure that had settled over the rooftop vanished as if a switch had been flipped. Naruto swayed on his feet, his eyes fluttering shut for a second. The exhaustion hit him like a physical blow, a tidal wave of backlash from wielding a power his 12-year-old body was in no way prepared for. He stumbled, catching himself on a raised piece of roofing. He looked human again. Small. Just a kid in a wrecked orange jumpsuit. Lord Third, are you okay? Naruto asked, his voice hoarse, the divine echo gone, replaced by his own familiar, slightly raspy tone. Hiruzen could only stare. He had seen the Rinnegan. He had read the ancient texts. It was the stuff of myth, the eyes of the sage who created their world. To see it in person, on the face of Minato's son, it was like a page from a history book had ripped itself out and punched him in the face. I am alive, Naruto, he managed to say, his voice a weak croak. Thanks to you. Before either of them could say another word, they were surrounded. A dozen ANBU, Jiraiya, and a handful of Jonin landed silently on the roof, their weapons drawn, their faces a mixture of confusion, relief, and outright terror. They had seen it all from the ground. The golden comet, the disintegration of the barrier, the sudden, inexplicable retreat of Orochimaru. Jiraiya was the first one to move. He pushed past the ANBU, his face a grim, unreadable mask. He walked right up to Naruto, ignoring the Hokage completely. He looked the boy up and down, his gaze lingering on Naruto's eyes, searching for any trace of the purple ripples. He saw only exhaustion. He reached out and put a heavy hand on Naruto's shoulder, half to steady him, half to make sure he was real. You have a lot of explaining to do, brat, Jiraiya said, his voice a low rumble. But there was no heat in it. Only a profound, earth-shaking awe. The prophecy hadn't just come true. It had detonated. Naruto just nodded, too tired to speak. Below them, the invasion was sputtering out. The leaderless, demoralized Sound and Sand Ninja were in full retreat, being cut down or captured by the reinvigorated Konoha forces. The immediate danger was over. But as Naruto looked out over the smoke-choked village, he knew the real battle, the one for the future, had just begun. And it wouldn't be fought with kunai and jutsu. It would be fought in council rooms and in the hearts of men. The walk, or rather, the supported stumble, from the arena to the Hokage Tower felt like a parade through a dream. Every single person they passed, from Genin to seasoned Jonin, stopped what they were doing and just stared. They stared at Naruto with wide, disbelieving eyes. They looked at the boy who had been a village-wide joke yesterday and was, today, the reason they were still alive. The fear and hatred he was used to were gone. They'd been replaced by something far more complicated, a terrifying, reverent awe. It was, in its own way, just as isolating. He saw his friends. Shikamaru was leaning against a wall, looking more tired than Naruto felt, but alive. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. A sign of respect. Shino was standing perfectly still, probably cataloging the event with his usual unnerving calm. Kiba was gawking, his mouth hanging open, Akamaru whining softly on his head. He saw Sakura rushing towards them, her face pale and streaked with dirt and tears. She was helping the medics with Sasuke, who was strapped to a stretcher, still unconscious. Her eyes met Naruto's, and for a second, she looked like she wanted to run to him, to yell at him, to hug him. But she stopped. She just stared, her green eyes filled with a hurricane of emotions he could feel from 50 feet away, relief, gratitude, fear, and a deep, profound confusion that completely overshadowed the simple crush she'd had on Sasuke. She didn't see the idiot who messed up every mission. She saw the golden god from the sky. And she had no idea what to do with that. Sasuke. Even unconscious, Naruto could feel him. The curse mark on his neck was a foul, festering wound on his chakra network. And his spirit, his sleeping consciousness, was a storm of envy and rage. He had missed the main event, but he had felt it. He had felt the world shift on its axis, and he knew, with a deep, soul-crushing certainty, that Naruto was the one who had shifted it. The gap between them was no longer a river he could cross. It was an ocean. An impossible, infinite ocean. Kakashi was there, too. He appeared beside Naruto in a swirl of leaves, his single eye taking in his student's exhausted state. He looked from Naruto to Jiraiya to the Hokage, and his sharp mind was putting the pieces together. The incident in the Land of Waves. The impossible recovery against Niji. And now this. His perpetually lazy demeanor was gone, replaced by an expression of intense, startling seriousness. He, more than anyone, understood the political nightmare that was about to unfold. He needs the hospital, Kakashi said, his voice flat. No, Jiraiya said, his grip on Naruto's shoulder tightening. He needs a secure room in the tower. What he is now, the hospital is the last place he should be. Too many eyes. Too many ears. He looked at Kakashi. Especially Danzo's. Kakashi's eye narrowed. He understood immediately. Danzo Shimura, the head of Root, the darkness at the heart of the village. If he saw Naruto as a threat to be neutralized, or worse, a weapon to be acquired, things would get very ugly, very fast. They took Naruto to a secure debriefing room deep inside the Hokage Tower, a place with no windows and walls lined with privacy seals. They left him there with a glass of water and 2 ANBU guards outside the door, with strict orders from the Hokage himself that no one, absolutely no one, was to enter. Naruto sat at the metal table in the center of the gray room, and for the first time in hours, he was alone. The silence was deafening. He looked at his hands. They were his hands. A little dirty, calluses on the palms. But they were also the hands that had created a new arm out of light, the hands that had wielded the Rasengan, the hands that had touched the soul of a broken boy and healed him. I am you. And you are me. Hagoromo's voice echoed in his memory. It wasn't a separate person anymore. It was just, a part of him. The knowledge, the memories, the power, it was all there, settled deep in his soul, a vast library he was only just beginning to learn the layout of. He could feel the tailed beasts, all 9 of them, not as monsters, but as scattered, lonely pieces of a whole. He could feel the life force of the entire planet, a low, gentle hum beneath his feet. He could feel the lingering, hungry will of Kaguya, a cold spot in the fabric of reality, a distant star threatening to go supernova. It was too much. He rested his head on the cool metal table, the sheer weight of it all pressing down on him. He wasn't a god. He was just a 12-year-old kid. He wanted some ramen. He wanted to go home and sleep in his own lumpy bed. But he knew, with a sad, weary certainty, that his old life was over. The door to that simple world had closed, and now he was standing in a much larger, much scarier room. 2 days passed. 2 days of the village frantically cleaning up, tending to the wounded, and counting the dead. The third Hokage had survived, a miracle everyone attributed to the mysterious golden warrior who had appeared at the last second. The story was already spreading like wildfire, mutating with every telling. Some said it was the fourth Hokage's ghost, returned to protect his village. Some said it was a secret Konoha weapon. Some whispered it was the Kyuubi, finally unleashed in a new, terrifying form. No one knew the truth, and the uncertainty was almost as frightening as the invasion itself. On the 3rd day, Naruto was summoned. Not to the Hokage's office, but to the formal council chamber. It was a stark, intimidating room, dominated by a large, U-shaped table. And sitting at that table were the most powerful people in Konoha. Hiruzen was at the head, looking frail but resolute. To his right were his old teammates, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane, the 2 civilian elders whose faces looked like they were permanently soured by pickled plums. To his left was Jiraiya, his arms crossed, his face set in stone. And across from them, in the seat of the military advisor, was Danzo Shimura. His face was a web of scars, his right eye was covered in bandages, and his exposed left eye was as cold and sharp as a shard of ice. His very presence seemed to suck the warmth out of the room. Kakashi stood against the far wall, a silent observer, his role as Naruto's commanding officer granting him access. Naruto walked in, his footsteps echoing slightly in the tense silence. He was wearing a simple black shirt and pants, his ridiculous orange jumpsuit having been practically incinerated. He looked clean, rested, and alarmingly calm. He walked to the center of the U and just stood there, waiting. Naruto Uzumaki, Koharu began, her voice as brittle as old parchment. You have been brought before this council to account for the events of the Chunin exam finals. We have received reports of an unprecedented display of power. A power you have, until now, kept hidden from the village. You will explain yourself. It wasn't hidden, Naruto said, his voice even. It was sleeping. It woke up. Danzo leaned forward slightly, his one visible eye narrowing. And what, precisely, is it? The reports are conflicting. Some say it was the Nine Tails. But the energy signature was different. Explain. The word was not a request. It was a command. Naruto met his gaze without flinching. He could feel the man's chakra. It was a twisted, gnarled thing, reeking of secrets and ambition. And there was something else, a strange, familiar energy hidden away in his bandaged arm. Uchiha chakra. Lots of it. And Senju chakra, too. This man was a monster hiding in plain sight. It's not the fox, Naruto said simply. It's me. It's my own power. Do not play games with us, boy. Hamura snapped. No shinobi possesses such power. The ability to fly, to disintegrate a barrier of that magnitude with a gesture, the appearance of the legendary Rinnegan, these are not the abilities of a mere genin. You're right, Naruto agreed, which seemed to momentarily stun them into silence. I'm not a mere genin. He took a breath. Time to rip the bandage off. I am the successor to Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of six paths. His will, his memories, and a portion of his power have awakened within me. The silence that followed was so profound, Naruto could hear the dust motes settling. Hiruzen and Jiraiya didn't look surprised, he'd given them the short version already. Kakashi's visible eye was wide, the final piece of a puzzle he hadn't even known he was solving clicking into place. Koharu was the first to break. She let out a dry, incredulous laugh. The sage of six paths. You expect us to believe you are the reincarnation of a fairy tale? The Kyuubi's influence has clearly rotted your mind. It is not a fairy tale, Jiraiya's voice boomed, cutting her off. The prophecy of the great toad sage, a prophecy given to me decades ago, foretold of a child who would change the world. A child who would hold its destiny in his hands. I have seen things, this boy has done things that defy all known laws of ninjutsu. What he says, however insane it may sound, is the only explanation. That fits the facts. Prophecy. Danzo scoffed, a faint, derisive smile playing on his lips. We are shinobi. We deal in intelligence, in strategy, not in the ramblings of fortune-telling toads. The facts are these: a Jinchuriki, a known unstable element, has manifested a new power of terrifying scale, a power we do not understand and cannot control. He is, by definition, the single greatest threat to the security of this village. He just saved the village. Kakashi interjected, stepping forward from the wall. With all due respect, Lord Danzo, if it weren't for Naruto, the third Hokage would be dead and this village would be a crater. He acted as a deterrent, I will grant you that, Danzo conceded smoothly. But a nuclear bomb is also a deterrent. It does not mean you want one sitting in the middle of your village with a mind of its own. This power he claims, this sage, if it is real, then he is no longer a shinobi of Konoha. He is a separate entity, an independent power whose loyalties and goals are unknown. He cannot be trusted. My loyalty is to this village and to my friends, Naruto said, his voice sharp now. The calm was beginning to crack. That's never going to change. Loyalty can be a fickle thing for those who believe themselves to be gods, Danzo countered, his gaze like a physical weight. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. We cannot afford to simply trust you. Steps must be taken. Your seal must be reinforced. Your activities must be monitored. You will be placed under the direct command of a handler from my root division, who will ensure your power is used only for the good of Konoha. Naruto felt a cold fury rise in his chest. A handler. A leash. They wanted to put him back in a cage, a bigger, more ornate one, but a cage nonetheless. He looked at Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. The old man looked weary. He was caught between his duty to protect the village and his duty to protect the boy in front of him. Danzo's concerns are, not without merit, Naruto. The situation is unprecedented. The balance of power between the hidden villages is a delicate thing. The existence of a being with your abilities throws that entire balance into chaos. So you agree with him? Naruto asked, his voice dangerously quiet. You want to make me a prisoner? Before Hiruzen could answer, Danzo pressed his advantage. It is not a prison. It is a necessary precaution. The village's safety must come first. If you are truly loyal, you will submit to these measures. You will hand over control of this divine power to those with the experience to wield it properly. He stood up, his presence filling the room. For the good of the village, you must be contained. That was it. That was the line. Naruto didn't shout. He didn't flare his chakra. He just looked at Danzo, and for the first time since he walked into the room, he let a flicker of what he now was show through. His left eye bled from blue to lavender, the concentric circles of the Rinnegan snapping into focus. The atmosphere in the room changed instantly. It was not a killing intent. It was not a release of chakra. It was a change in physics. A gravitational pressure descended on the room, making the air feel thick and heavy. The stone table groaned. Danzo, who had been standing tall and imposing, suddenly found his knees buckling. It took all of his considerable strength just to remain upright. Koharu and Hamura were gasping, their faces pale, pinned to their chairs. Contained? Naruto repeated, his voice a dead calm whisper that cut through the oppressive silence. He took a single step forward. The floor beneath his foot cracked. You think you can contain this? You talk about the village's safety, Danzo Shimura, but I can feel what you are. I can feel the stolen eyes in your arm. I can feel the blood on your hands. You don't care about the village. You care about power. My power. Danzo's one visible eye was wide with shock and a hint of fear. The boy could sense his Sharingan arm. Impossible. Let me make this very, very clear, Naruto said, his Rinnegan locking onto Danzo's eye. You cannot control me. You cannot seal me. You cannot make me your weapon. I am not a bomb you get to aim. I am the one who stops the bombs. He glanced at the terrified elders, then at the stunned Hiruzen. My only purpose is to protect this world from a threat you can't even comprehend. This village, my friends, they are part of that. So I will protect them. With you, or without you. He took another step. The pressure intensified. Danzo grunted, a bead of sweat tracing a line down his scarred temple. You have a choice, Naruto said, his voice echoing with the faint, divine authority from the battle. All of you. You can accept what I am and work with me. Or you can brand me an enemy. But understand this, if you choose the latter, if you try to put me in a cage or harm the people I care about, you will be making a grave mistake. You will learn that Orochimaru got off easy. The Rinnegan faded back to blue. The pressure vanished as quickly as it had come. Danzo stumbled, catching himself on the table, breathing heavily. The elders looked like they had aged another 20 years. Naruto turned and walked towards the door. I'm done here. When you've decided whether you want a savior or a scapegoat, you know where to find me. He walked out, leaving a room of the most powerful people in the leaf completely and utterly silenced. Jiraiya was the first to move. A slow, dangerous grin spread across his face. He looked at the shocked council. Well, he said, his voice dripping with amusement. I guess that settles that. The brat's not asking for permission anymore. He turned and followed Naruto out, whistling a jaunty tune. While the foundations of Konoha's power structure were being shaken to their core, Sasuke Uchiha was fighting a war in the quiet of his hospital room. He had woken up a day ago, his body aching, the cursed seal a throbbing, evil presence on his neck. Kakashi had been there, explaining what had happened. He'd told him about the invasion, about Gaara's transformation. And he'd told him that Naruto had handled it. That phrase, Naruto handled it, was a poisoned dart to Sasuke's pride. Handled it? How? How could the dobe, the failure, the class clown, handle a fully transformed Jinchuriki? He'd gotten bits and pieces from the nurses, from the other genin who came to visit. Words that didn't make sense. Golden chakra. Flying. The eyes. He had to see it for himself. That night, he snuck out of the hospital, his body still protesting, and went to the arena. It was closed off, but he was an Uchiha. He slipped past the guards easily. He stood in the center of the massive field, under the moonlight. And he saw it. The crater. It wasn't the result of a fireball or an explosion. It was a perfect, spiraling gouge in the earth, a testament to a power so focused and so devastating it defied belief. Niji's match. This was Naruto. Then he went to the forest where the final battle had taken place. It looked like a giant had gone on a rampage. Trees were flattened, the ground was churned up, and a massive area was covered in sand that felt strangely inert, its demonic chakra gone. This was also Naruto. It was all true. The land of waves wasn't a fluke. Naruto hadn't been lucky. He had been holding back. Hiding. He had possessed this monstrous, godlike power all along and had let Sasuke think he was superior. He had been playing with him. The humiliation was a physical thing, coiling in his gut like one of Orochimaru's snakes. He went back to his room and sat on his bed, the silence of the hospital pressing in. He looked in the mirror. He saw his Sharingan, the pride of his clan. It was a powerful tool. But what was it compared to a power that could do that? His entire life's purpose was to kill Itachi. To avenge his clan. He had thought the path was clear, get stronger, master his Sharingan, and one day, face his brother. But now, that path seemed laughably naive. Itachi was a monster. To kill a monster, you needed to become a greater one. And right now, the greatest monster he knew was his own teammate. The cursed seal on his neck throbbed, a dark whisper in his mind. I can give you power, it seemed to say. The power you need. The power you crave. He remembered Orochimaru's words. He will seek me out. At the time, he'd been horrified. Now it sounded less like a threat and more like an invitation. An answer. The rivalry was dead. You couldn't have a rivalry with a god. All you could have was worship, or defiance. And Sasuke Uchiha would never, ever kneel. His motivation twisted, mutating from a simple quest for revenge into a desperate, obsessive need for power. Power on a scale he had never imagined before. Power to stand on the same level as Naruto. Power to challenge a deity. He had to surpass him. Not just to prove he was better, but to validate his own existence. If the dead last could become a god, then he, the genius Uchiha, had to become something even greater. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white. The path was no longer about Konoha. It was no longer about being a good little soldier. The village couldn't give him what he needed. Kakashi couldn't give him what he needed. The only one who could was the snake. He had made his decision. Naruto was sitting on top of the fourth Hokage's head on the monument, his legs dangling over the stone face. It was his favorite spot in the village. He could see everything from up here. He watched the organized chaos of the reconstruction, he watched the shinobi patrols moving through the streets, he watched the sun begin to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He heard footsteps behind him. It was Jiraiya. The Sannin sat down next to him, a much more difficult feat for a man his size. Quite a show you put on in there, Jiraiya said, looking out at the village. You probably gave Koharu a heart attack. I almost clapped. They needed to hear it, Naruto said quietly. They think they can just put me in a box. They don't get it. The game is bigger now. Yeah, I'm starting to see that, Jiraiya said. He was quiet for a long moment. So. The Sage of Six Paths. For real. Naruto nodded. For real. And this threat you mentioned? The one we can't comprehend? Her name is Kaguya, Naruto said, the name feeling cold on his tongue. She's the mother of the sage. She's where chakra came from. And she wants it all back. The Akatsuki, the group that's hunting the tailed beasts, they're not the real masterminds. They're just pawns, gathering the pieces she needs to return. Jiraiya was silent, processing the insane, world-shattering lore bomb that Naruto had just dropped on him as casually as if he were discussing the weather. Okay, he said finally, running a hand through his wild white hair. Okay. So, what's the plan, boss? Naruto looked at him, surprised by the easy acceptance. The plan? Yeah. You're the sage now. The big shot. You clearly aren't going to be taking D-rank missions anymore. So what's the move? What's our first step in stopping the apocalypse? Naruto looked back out at the village. He thought of Gaara, safe for now, on his way back to Suna with his siblings. He thought of the other Jinchuriki, scattered across the nations, living lives of fear and isolation, hunted by an enemy they didn't even know existed. Their family, Naruto said softly. The other Jinchuriki. Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, all of them. They're Kurama's brothers and sisters. They're my family, too, in a weird way. They're being hunted. They need to be warned. They need to be protected. He stood up, his face set with a resolve that made him look far older than 12. I can't stay here. My mission isn't to become Hokage anymore. Not right now. My mission is global. I have to find them. All of them. I have to unite them. It's the only way we'll be strong enough to stop what's coming. Jiraiya looked up at him, a slow smile spreading across his face. This was it. The journey the prophecy had promised. He had spent years searching for the child of prophecy, for the student who would save the world. He had finally found him. A pilgrimage, huh? Jiraiya said, getting to his feet. Seeking out the lost children of the sage. Sounds like a hell of a story. Might even be better than my Ika Ika series. Are you coming with me? Naruto asked. Jiraiya just laughed, clapping him on the back. Brat, you think I'm gonna let you wander off alone with the power to level continents? I'm your guardian, your guide, and your official biographer. Besides, he added, his voice dropping to a serious tone, this Kaguya, the Akatsuki. I've been investigating them for years. It's time I stopped chasing shadows and went straight to the source. Naruto grinned. For the first time since this all began, he didn't feel so alone. He was no longer just a genin of the leaf. He was Naruto Uzumaki, the sage of the six paths. And he was about to leave on a journey, not to get stronger, but to save the world. Konoha was his home, but the world was his responsibility. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The New Pilgrimage. The air in Ichiraku Ramen was thick with the holy trinity of smells, simmering pork broth, roasting seaweed, and the sharp tang of fresh-cut green onions. For 12 years, this tiny stall had been Naruto's sanctuary. It was the one place in Konoha where the whispers stopped, where the glares softened, and where he was just a paying customer with a bottomless stomach. Tonight, though, the atmosphere was different. It was heavy. It was a goodbye. Naruto was hunched over his fifth, or maybe sixth, He'd lost count, bowl of miso pork ramen, shoveling noodles into his mouth with a practiced, almost desperate speed. Old man Tucci was behind the counter, methodically wiping it down. With a damp cloth, his movements slow and deliberate. He wasn't looking at Naruto, but Naruto could feel his gaze anyway. Tucci's daughter, was refilling the soy sauce dispensers, her hands moving with a nervous energy that was completely out of character. Usually, this place was a bubble of cheerful noise. Tucci would be telling a bad joke, would be teasing Naruto about his eating habits, and Naruto would be yelling for another bowl. Tonight, the only sounds were the soft clatter of his chopsticks against the ceramic bowl and the gentle hiss of the broth simmering on the stove. "You're eating fast, even for you," said finally, breaking the silence. Her voice was too quiet. "Gotta fuel up," Naruto mumbled through a mouthful of noodles. "Got a long trip ahead of me." "We heard," Tucci said, his voice a low rumble. He finally stopped wiping the counter and leaned on it, his old, kind eyes looking at Naruto with a deep, paternal concern. "The whole village is talking. They're saying you're leaving with Lord Jiraiya. On a special training mission." Naruto swallowed the last of the noodles and pushed the empty bowl away. He didn't have the heart to order another. "Something like that," he said, not meeting their eyes. He stared into the dregs of his broth as if the answers to the universe were swirling in the pork fat. How could he explain it? "Yeah, I'm actually a demigod now, and I have to go on a quest to round up my demon beast relatives to stop an ancient alien rabbit goddess from eating the world. More noodles, please." "They're also saying other things," Tucci continued, his voice softer still. "About the invasion. About what you did." He paused. "They're calling you the Golden Sage of Konoha. They're saying you saved us all." Naruto flinched. The title felt weird. Itchy. It wasn't him. The real him was the kid who loved ramen and painted on the Hokage monument. The Golden Sage was someone else. Someone he was still getting used to sharing a body with. "I just did what I had to do," he said. "Naruto," said, her voice trembling just a little. She came around the counter and stood next to his stool. We just want you to be careful. The world outside the village is a dangerous place." She looked down at her hands. "We've always known you were special. Even when everyone else was, well, you know. We just didn't know how special. Don't let all this change you." He finally looked up at her, and then at her father. He saw the genuine, uncomplicated affection in their eyes. There was no awe. No fear. Just worry for the loud, orange-clad kid they'd been feeding for over a decade. It was the most normal he'd felt in days, and it almost broke him. A lump formed in his throat, a thick, hot knot of emotion that no amount of ramen could wash away. "I won't," he promised, his voice a little thicker than he wanted it to be. "I'll still be me. The guy who is gonna hold the world record for most bowls of ramen eaten in one sitting." Tucci chuckled, the sound breaking the tension. "You already hold that record here, kid. And it's not even close." He disappeared into the back for a moment and came back with a small, wrapped bundle. "Here. For the road. Some of our special dehydrated pork and seasoned bamboo shoots. Just add hot water. It's not as good as the real thing, but it'll taste like home when you're 1,000 miles away." Naruto took the bundle, the warmth of it seeping into his hands. "Thanks, old man," he whispered. He stood up, digging in his frog-shaped wallet. "Get out of here," Tucci said, waving his hand dismissively. "It's on the house. All of it. A hero's send-off." Naruto just nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He turned and walked out of the stall, the familiar bell over the door tinkling softly behind him. He didn't look back. If he did, he might not have the strength to leave. His next stop was the Hokage Tower. The building was a hive of activity, even this late at night. Shinobi were rushing through the halls, carrying damage reports and mission scrolls. The cleanup and the investigation into the Sands betrayal were in full swing. The ANBU guards at the door to the Hokage's office just nodded as he approached, stepping aside to let him pass. His security clearance, it seemed, had gotten a major upgrade. The office was a mess of stacked papers and scrolls. Hiruzen was behind his desk, looking impossibly old and impossibly tired, a fresh pipe smoldering in an ashtray beside him. Jiraiya was there, leaning against a filing cabinet, his arms crossed. The easygoing, pervy sage persona was gone, replaced by the grim focus of a spymaster. "You're late," Jiraiya grumbled as Naruto walked in. "I was about to send a search party to Ichiraku's. Figured you drowned in a vat of broth." "Had to say goodbye," Naruto said simply, walking to the center of the room. Hiruzen looked up, his eyes lingering on Naruto for a long moment. It was the same look everyone was giving him now, a mixture of awe and uncertainty. "Naruto," he began, his voice raspy. "The council has come to a decision." "Let me guess," Naruto said, his voice flat. "They decided they can't control me, so they've graciously decided to sanction my extended mission with Jiraiya, so they can save face and pretend this was their idea all along." Hiruzen's lips twitched in a faint, tired smile. "You have become remarkably perceptive." "Yes. That is the gist of it." Danzo was, predictably, the lone dissenting vote. "He still believes you should be managed." "Let him try," Naruto said, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. "That's enough of that," Jiraiya cut in, pushing off the wall. "We're not here to poke the bear. We're here for the mission briefing." He tapped a thick, sealed scroll lying on the Hokage's desk. "This is everything our intelligence network has on the other Jinchuriki. Locations, known abilities, political situations. It's not much. Most of it is rumor and conjecture. These are the best-kept secrets of the other villages, after all." Naruto picked up the scroll. It felt heavy in his hands, not just in weight, but in significance. These weren't just targets. They were people. People like him. People like Gaara. "Where are we going first?" Naruto asked. "Takigakure," Hiruzen said, pointing to a spot on the large map behind his desk. "The village hidden in the waterfall. A minor village, not one of the Great Five. They are the holders of the Seven Tails, Chome. The Jinchuriki is a young girl named Fu. Taki is a notoriously isolationist village. They have no Kage, only a village headman. They prize their independence and are deeply suspicious of the major powers. Walking in through the front gate and asking to speak to their Jinchuriki is not an option. You will be getting in quietly." "Stealth mission, huh?" Naruto said. "Sounds fun." He could already feel the pull, a faint, distant signature of a massive chakra source in that direction. One of the scattered siblings. "This is not a game, Naruto," Jiraiya said sternly. "These other villages won't see you as a savior. They'll see a Konoha ninja, the container of the Kyuubi, coming to steal their greatest military asset. If you reveal your true power, you won't just be starting a diplomatic incident, you could be starting the next great ninja war." "I get it," Naruto said. "Low profile. I can do that." "You." Kurama's voice rumbled in the back of his mind, dripping with sarcasm. "You couldn't keep a low profile in an empty room. You radiate idiocy like the sun radiates light." "Shut up, Fox," Naruto thought back, a familiar, reflexive response. "Jiraiya will be your guide," Hiruzen continued. "He has contacts and safe houses all over the continent. He will handle the intelligence. Your role, Naruto, is to make the connection. To do, whatever it is you did for Gaara. To win them over. It is a mission that requires more than just power. It requires a heart that can understand pain." He looked at Naruto, and for the first time, the awe was gone, replaced by a simple, profound faith. A heart like yours. The old man reached into his desk and pulled out a heavy leather pouch. This is an advance on your mission pay. It should be enough to cover your expenses for the first few months. He also pushed a small, blank scroll across the desk. And this is a direct, emergency communication scroll linked only to me. Use it if you have no other choice. If the Akatsuki make a direct move on you, or if you find yourself in a situation you cannot escape. Naruto took them both and tucked them away. Thank you, Lord Third. Be safe, Naruto, Hiruzen said, his voice full of a grandfatherly warmth that transcended his office. And come home. Naruto nodded. I will. He turned and walked out, Jiraiya following him. They had their mission. They had their target. But there were still a few more goodbyes to be said. He found Iruka at the academy, sitting on the swing that was tied to the big oak tree out front. The very same swing where Naruto had spent countless hours as a lonely, ostracized child. It was late, the academy was dark and silent, and the moon cast long shadows across the empty training yard. Iruka was just sitting there, staring up at the stars, a small, sad smile on his face. Shouldn't you be at home, sensei? Naruto asked, his voice quiet. Iruka didn't seem surprised. He didn't even turn around. I knew you'd come here. This was always your spot. He patted the swing next to him. Naruto went and sat down, the old chains groaning under his weight. They sat in silence for a long time, just swinging gently back and forth. The comfortable silence of two people who understood each other without needing words. Iruka had been the first. The very first person to look past the fox, past the prankster, and see him. That was a debt Naruto could never repay. I'm proud of you, Naruto, Iruka said finally, his voice thick with emotion. He turned to look at him, his scarred face illuminated by the moonlight. I was on the stands. I saw what you did. Not the god stuff. I saw. You beat Niji without seriously hurting him. I saw you stand up for your friends. That's the man I always knew you could become. I'm not a kid anymore, am I? Naruto said, his voice barely a whisper. Iruka smiled sadly. No. I don't think you are. But that doesn't mean you have to carry the whole world on your own shoulders. He reached up and untied his own forehead protector. I want you to have this. But, sensei, I have one, Naruto said, tapping the metal plate on his own forehead. I know, Iruka said. He took Naruto's protector off gently, his movements careful. This is the one you got for graduating. It proves you're a ninja of the leaf. He then tied his own, older, more worn protector around Naruto's head, the cool metal a familiar weight against his skin. This one is from me. It's to remind you that no matter how strong you get, or how far you go, you're not just a ninja. You're Naruto Uzumaki. And you'll always have a home to come back to. I'll be waiting for you. Tears pricked at the corners of Naruto's eyes. He blinked them back fiercely. I'll be back, he said, his voice cracking just a little. And when I do, you'd better be ready. Because I'm taking you out for all-you-can-eat ramen, and I'm not paying. Iruka laughed, a real, genuine laugh that echoed in the quiet yard. It's a deal. The final stop was Training Ground 7. Their old stomping grounds. The 3 wooden posts where they had taken the bell test stood like silent sentinels in the moonlight. Kakashi and Sakura were already there, waiting for him. Sakura looked like a wreck. Her eyes were red-rimmed and puffy, and she was wringing her hands together, her knuckles white. Kakashi was leaning against one of the posts, his arms crossed, his single eye looking impossibly tired. You're really going, Sakura said as he approached. It wasn't a question. I have to, Naruto replied. There are things I need to do. Things only I can do. What about us, she asked, her voice cracking. What about Team 7? Team 7 will always be Team 7, Naruto said, though the words felt hollow even to him. I'll be back. That's what everyone keeps saying, she whispered, looking down at the ground. But things are different now. You're different. I saw you in the arena, Naruto. And then in the forest, it was terrifying. And incredible. I don't understand. He could feel her confusion, a tangled mess of fear and awe and a deep, aching sadness for the simple, annoying boy she had known. I'm still me, Sakura-chan, he said gently. I'm just, more. Kakashi pushed himself off the post. There's something else you need to know, Naruto, he said, his voice grave. It's Sasuke. Naruto's head snapped up. What about him? Is the curse mark worse? He's gone, Kakashi said flatly. He disappeared from his hospital room a few hours ago. No one saw him leave. He's a missing nin. The air went out of Naruto's lungs. Gone. He had felt the shift in Sasuke's spirit, the dark resolve, but he had hoped it wouldn't come to this. His promise to Sakura, to bring him back, echoed in his mind. Another failure. Orochimaru, Naruto said, the name tasting like ash. He went to Orochimaru for power. That's our assumption, Kakashi said with a grim nod. A retrieval team is being assembled as we speak. But with the village in its current state, the chances are slim. No, Naruto said, his voice dangerously quiet. He closed his eyes. He expanded his senses, not just listening for chakra, but reaching, searching for a specific signature. For the familiar, crackling energy of his rival. He stretched his senses past the village walls, past the forests, miles and miles out. He felt the life of the woods, the chakra of the animals, the faint traces of the retreating sound ninja. And then he felt it. A single, blazing point of angry, hateful chakra, moving fast. And it wasn't heading in a random direction. It was heading for a specific place. The border. The valley of the end. It was a challenge. A final, desperate summons. He's waiting for me, Naruto said, his eyes snapping open. At the valley. Naruto, no, Sakura pleaded, grabbing his arm. Don't go. It's a trap. He's your friend. That's why I have to go, Naruto said, gently removing her hand. This is something I have to do alone. He looked at Kakashi. His sensei just looked back, his expression a complex mixture of regret and understanding. He knew this was inevitable. The final, unavoidable collision of two destined paths. He gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. Permission. Naruto turned and vanished in a blur of motion, heading for the valley where it had all begun. The Valley of the End was just as imposing as the stories claimed. Two colossal statues, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the founders of Konoha and the last reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, stared at each other across a roaring waterfall, their stone faces locked in an eternal, silent conflict. And standing on the head of the Madara statue, a small, dark silhouette against the moon, was Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto landed on Hashirama's head, the spray from the waterfall misting his face. The roar of the water filled the air, a constant, thunderous backdrop to the coming confrontation. You came, Sasuke said, his voice cold and flat, carrying easily over the roar. He turned to face him. His eyes were blazing red, the two tomo of his Sharingan spinning slowly. The black marks of the cursed seal were visible on the side of his face, pulsing with a faint, malevolent energy. Of course I came, Naruto said, his voice calm. You called. I needed to see it for myself, Sasuke said, a tremor of pure, unadulterated rage in his voice. The power you've been hiding. The power you used to make a fool of me. Of everyone. I never hid anything, Sasuke, Naruto said, his heart aching. I didn't even know what it was until it woke up. This was never about you. Liar. Sasuke screamed, the word ripping from his throat. It was always about you, wasn't it? The dead last, secretly a god, laughing at the rest of us mortals scrambling for scraps of power. You pitied me. Didn't you? No, Naruto said sadly. I envied you. You were everything I wasn't. You were a genius. You were cool. You had everything. And you have everything now. Sasuke shot back. Tell me, Dobe. Do you even see me anymore? Or am I just an insect to you? Another problem to be handled. Without another word, he shot forward. He was faster than he'd been in the exams, his body amped up by the curse mark's power. He was a black blur, crossing the distance between the statues in a heartbeat. His fist was cocked back, aiming for Naruto's face. Naruto didn't move. He just watched him come. As Sasuke's fist was about to connect, Naruto simply raised a hand. He didn't block it. He didn't catch it. An invisible, silent wall of force, a tiny, focused Shinra Tensei, erupted from his palm. Sasuke's fist stopped dead in the air, inches from Naruto's nose, his momentum completely and utterly negated. Sasuke's eyes went wide with shock. He tried to pull his arm back, but it was stuck, held fast by a gravitational force he couldn't comprehend. This is pointless, Sasuke, Naruto said, his voice filled with a deep, weary sorrow. This fight. Our fight. It's not ours. It's a ghost story, 1,000 years old. It's Indra and Ashura. It's Madara and Hashirama. It's a cycle of hatred between two brothers who couldn't see eye to eye. We don't have to be the next chapter. Shut up. Sasuke snarled, wrenching his arm free. He jumped back, his hands flashing through seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive sphere of flame erupted from his mouth, roaring across the short distance, illuminating the valley in a hellish orange light. The fireball washed over Naruto. For a moment, he was completely engulfed. But when the flames cleared, he was standing in the exact same spot, completely untouched. A thin, translucent sphere of golden chakra had surrounded him, a perfect defense that hadn't even flickered. You're not listening, Naruto said, his voice hardening slightly. Sasuke's face was a mask of furious disbelief. He activated his Chidori. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air as lightning crackled and gathered in his palm. I will make you listen. I will surpass you. Even if I have to get power from the devil himself. He charged, the Chidori aimed straight for Naruto's heart. This time, Naruto moved. He didn't dodge. He just took a half step to the side. As Sasuke shot past him, Naruto reached out and tapped him on the back of the neck with 2 fingers. It wasn't a strike. It was a gentle, controlled pulse of the sage's chakra, designed to disrupt, not destroy.